made us infinitely more capable. It was a new power with the potential to change everything exponentially. Today, artificial intelligence is our new fire. With it, we're building cities that can think, homes that can protect themselves from intruders, robots that can perform complex surgeries, and even neural implants that promise to make us smarter. And that's just a taste of what's possible. The new fire of AI brings more opportunity and hope to us all. The time is now to embrace this new fire that will light the way forward for humanity. And the place is DeepFest, where the sparks of our ideas will ignite AI innovation beyond imagination.
Hello everybody, and a very warm welcome to DeepFest Day 4, powered by Sadaya. We have had some absolutely incredible content over the last few days, really demonstrating how we are truly living in tomorrow's world. One that really struck me yesterday was the presentation from Dr. Professor Al-Hazar, all about the groundbreaking research and developments that have already been made in diagnosing diabetes. What difference that is making here in Saudi Arabia, with ripples right around the world. And of course, we also looked at the collision of AI and crypto, with the prospect of armies of decentralized agents on the horizon, and the possibilities that the blockchain can present in terms of security. And we talked about the transformational shifts taking place in spatial computing, AI and gaming, and what the future will hold with Gen A and Gen B in the hot seat. And of course, all the challenges that the future may present for cyber security. Now, that expression, last but not least, is very relevant today because we have some absolutely fantastic content and speakers coming up. We are going to be looking at rethinking the science of drug discovery. We're going to be looking as well at how cutting-edge technology is transforming the fashion and sports industries as well. And we're going to look at the revolution ahead in the education system. Of course, trust is an absolutely crucial issue. Will all of these advances erode trust, and how can we make sure that it is preserved? Well, that's going to be also a hot topic of debate here at DeepFest at Day 4. So we've got a lot to get through. The agenda is going to run until about 5:45, and you are really in for a treat with some fantastic speakers who will be taking to the stage. And what better to start off, how better to start off really, than welcoming research scientist and advisor for Sadaya, Dr. Riyadh Al-Jadani.
Today, I'm going to share with you a story about Basir, a system that is considered one of the largest crowd management systems in the world. The story started 3 years ago when I was driving in the ring road. It was early morning of Sunday. And in that time, I received a call, and they said, you will be invited to a meeting with the head of public safety and security. And I was joining to the meeting, and then during the meeting, they were reviewing some algorithms will be applied in Al-Haram, Mecca. And that algorithm, the goal of that algorithm, to count the people, to study the behavior of the visitor, to give them a better experience. During that call, I said, okay, the system will not work well. As a scientist, I can't tell you, it's an old algorithm. It cannot behave well in these circumstances. And then the head of public safety and security said, we know that. and we would like from you to find an alternative. Can you find one? I said, yes. He said, okay, you have 1 month to deploy it in Al-Haram. And from here, the story started. Actually, Al-Haram environment is considered one of the hardest environments to deploy AI algorithms. Most of us use AI algorithm on a daily basis. For example, you can use your mobile phone for face recognition, to count, to do stuff. But that works well in constrained environment. In AI, especially in computer vision algorithm doesn't give a good performance once it goes to unconstrained environment. And we can see that in Al-Haram, counting the people around Al-Kaaba, understanding the behavior if someone is falling, if someone is walking against the floor, if someone is standing in at raised places. In order to understand that, it's not easy for algorithm. So how we can do that? So we start first by building algorithm that can work well in this environment. And the first question we asked the officers in Al-Haram was, what is the main problem you are facing in Al-Haram? And they said, actually, we don't know the count of the people. We don't know how many persons entered that area. So we start by building an algorithm that can count how many people entered Al-Haram and how many people enter exiting. And we said to the security officer, is that enough? And they said, no, actually, we would like to know the distribution of the people, because knowing the number alone is not enough, but knowing the distribution around Al-Kaaba, knowing the behavior of the people will help them to make a decision, to give the visitor a good experience and to save them from accident or something can put them in a hard place. So once we are done, actually we were happy because we are the first team who deployed an algorithm that works well in a such hard environment. But we ask ourselves, is that enough? Actually, the answer was no, because building an algorithm is something hard, but moving the algorithm to a production, to be in a large-scale environment, wasn't an easy task. So we spent 1 year to optimize our algorithm to give a good performance and to be real-time and work in a larger scale. And at the end of the day, we would like to have a dashboard that security officer can use and it can give a useful information to make a decision. Actually, for the first 2 phases, we were focusing on building the algorithm and making it in real time and improving the performance. But to be honest with you, that was not enough. Since what is the goal of algorithms? Okay, it's algorithm and it's there, it can count, it can understand, but that is not enough for, I would say, the end user, the security officer, to make a decision. So we spent another year to understand what security officer would like to focus on. Okay, by the end of the day, what is the output of that algorithm? How it can be used as useful information. And not only that, if you would like to deploy a system, it's not only what the user would like to see, but it's more about the user, the infrastructures, the camera, and all of that. So we build a team that can take the journey of that data and doing the right analysis and giving the right feedback. And that was done in the last year, and it was operated during the Hajj for the last 2 years, and it was a release of Smart Hajj, which was as a result of deploying this algorithm in a hard environment like Al-Haram. So the goal is not only serving Al-Haram, which is a great goal by itself, but building such a hard model that can work in that hard environment is considered the challenge we focus on. Now, what is next? So previously, as we said, we built that model that can work well in this environment, but we would like to build a model that have a capability to be upscaled both in number of use cases. Now we know the number of people and we can understand some actions, like if someone is walking against the floor and if someone is standing in front of an escalator. But is that enough? Actually, the number of use cases is unlimited. So once we build the model, once we build a strategy, we would like to have an ability to be upscaled. Tomorrow, I would like to know if someone is falling without putting a huge amount of effort as we did in the last year. And not only that, actually, we care, especially in Al-Haram, to provide the best, I would say, the best experience, the best performance to serve the people who's there. So we are not, our goal is not to submit something is working with a good performance, but we have to be the best. We have to be the state of the art. So our goal in the next year, inshallah, is to be the state of the art and to have a system that is capable to operate in any environment. Actually, once you build, I would like to represent the AI as someone who is lifting heavy weight. If you can lift 100 kilogram, you can lift 10 kilogram easily in another place. So if our system can work well in Al-Haram, we can move it to any other place in the world easily, like that. So why did we succeed? Actually, I would say there are 3 pillars that help us to work. When we started working as an AI engineer, but collaborating with the security officers, with the people who are serving Al-Haram, that is the key to success. Because working alone is not enough. Providing a system that is work, getting the feedback, making our life easier as an engineer and a researcher, that is something valuable was done by the security officers in Al-Haram and the other people who's working there. So working as a team, not inside Sadaya, but with entities external of Sadaya, that is the key to success. And the second thing, which is commitment. When we started working in this project, I'll be honest with you, most of the technology and the stuff that we deployed, we had no idea how to build it. But the team worked hard to build the AI model and then to optimize it, to make it real time, to make it be adapted with the change in the environment. That knowledge, we didn't have any idea how to build it when we started. But a commitment, working hard, is the key to make the project that we spent the last 3 years to deploy it up and running and working on the ground. And the last thing, it is trust. As I said, when we start working in the project, we had a deadline to deploy it in 1 month. But before that 1 month, we were working for a year. So we had a trust from Sadaya leaders that they provide for us the manpower, the time to deploy these models. And then when we had the perfect storm, we were ready. We were ready to jump immediately and deploy what we have done. And not only that, actually having an access to a camera and deploy our model in place that is considered one of the most sensitive places in this world, that is a power. And it was provided by us by the public safety and security. So we had this trust, and without a trust, actually, we couldn't reach what we have done in the last 3 years. In the end of the talk, there is a trick in this talk. I think most of you thought that I was speaking about Basir and what we have deployed in Al-Haram. Actually, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the team who spent an effort and who built that amazing system that is considered one of the largest crowd management system working in the world. And up to my knowledge, it is the only large-scale video analytics system that is deployed and up and running here in the kingdom. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that really fascinating opening statement there, and really highlighting the progress being made already in terms of crowd control and safety and the potential for scale up in the future. Now, many of you sitting here already know that Saudi Arabia is rapidly emerging as a global powerhouse in sports. But did you know that the kingdom is also really leveraging cutting-edge technology and AI to enhance performance, fan engagement, and operational efficiency? Well, this next panel is going to tell you more about all of that and the progress being made and how AI-driven innovations are really shaping the future of sports in Saudi Arabia and how AI is going to drive the kingdom's sporting ambitions forward. So we have a lot to discuss, some really interesting progress already being made. And this panel is going to be hosted by Hissar Al-Munif, who is the Sports and Media Director of SCAI. So please do give a warm welcome to Hissar and her panel.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much for joining us today. And I really would like to extend my thanks to Lieb and the DeepFest team for creating this incredible experience and having this platform that I would say it's bringing the brightest and the smartest minds when it comes to AI and tech. And I would say that this platform is not only about showcasing innovation, but it's also about driving the real transformation. And we can see that the real transformation is so clear when it comes to sport. And myself being as a Saudi, we're very proud to witness this incredible transformation and the magnitude of the transformation itself in the sport sector and the key events that we are hosting. And for sure that these are not, I would say, small incremental progress. It's actually a complete redefinition of how the sports are being played and managed and consumed. We are here today to discuss how AI is pioneering the future of sports. And of course, whenever we are talking about transformation, it's a complete integration of a vision of investment and having the technology and AI embedded within the fabric of this ecosystem. I'm honored to be joined by two leaders in the industry, Firas Al-Gousi, the Business Innovation Director at the Ministry of Sport, and also we have Muhandis Majid Al-Shehri, the Sadaya spokesperson, and the head of the President Consultation Office. Thank you very much again, and thank you for our panelists for joining us. I would like to start with you, Firas. Let's discuss where are we today in terms of the sport and our vision and where we are headed. How are we using the infrastructure and tools to enhance the fan engagement, the athlete development, and the increasing the mass participation?
Thank you, Hassan. Thank you, everybody, for joining this session today. So in terms of where we are in the sports sector and how can we embrace the emerging technologies, even that we're not quite there yet, there is a rapid expansion within the innovation space within the sports sector, driven by the ambitious Vision 2030 emphasis on sports as both an economic and a social pillar of growth within the kingdom. In terms of initiatives, we had a collaborative, let's say, exercise with the extended ecosystem within the sports sector in Saudi Arabia. This is the ministry, the federations, the Olympic and Paralympic Committee, Mahd Academy, to draw the vision of where we want to go within the sports sector, not just in terms of innovation, but how can we leverage everything we can from digital infrastructure to uplift the capabilities of athletes, talent development, as well as the fan experience. So we have identified those initiatives from athletes management to sports and club management to having digital infrastructure and smart stadiums to enhance the experiences of the fan who are joining those type of events. But none of that was going to be possible unless we have the backbone of the technology to support all of those initiatives. We're talking about having a sports cloud, which is a, let's say, co-tenancy cloud to allow the sports entities within the sector to host their application, their use cases, and to innovate rapidly within the emerging technology spaces. We also have an initiative to harness the data that is collected from every aspect of the sector to also increase our research and development activities. In terms of how can AI jump into those initiatives, all of those initiatives are going to be enhanced or accelerated by AI. We're talking about how can we leverage AI to scout talents, how can we leverage AI to develop those talents to reach their fullest potential, how can we leverage AI to increase the mass participation, and how can we leverage AI to enhance the experience of fans attending sports events. So it's all across the place. It's quite a lot of initiatives, but we are working closely with the ecosystem to hopefully achieve those objectives.
You mentioned a critical point, Firas, that innovation is at the backbone of this transformation. And when we sometimes talk about innovation, we talk about AI. AI is something that we interact with in our day-to-day activities. And I would like to hear from you, Mohandas Majid, how do you see the AI impact on the sport industry?
Thank you very much. I believe AI can transform many sectors, including the sports sectors. I remember 5 years ago, the first or among the first hackathons we have conducted in Sadaya was actually a hackathon on sports. And the name for that hackathon was Dawri Dhaka, or the League of Dhaka. And at that time, at early stage, we have started to capitalize on technologies to analyze some of the data generated in the sports, and it was focusing on the football or soccer in Saudi Arabia. I believe now we have a chance also to do something great with the new hackathon, the AI League, that we are very proud to be among the partners and strategic partners with Sky and the ministry. AI can, I believe the first thing to start with is to define your persona. Who are the personas that you are serving in your AI solutions, and when you pick that, you will find plenty of use cases. It's very important to pick on the problem that you want to resolve. So if we take, for example, the persona of decision makers, leadership in the football clubs, those could do amazing stuff with what AI analytics can provide them with. On the strategic level, on the real-time level, and also it can help them to even invest in the proper acquisitions, recruitments, scouting, as mentioned by Firas. I was looking at one of the articles, and I believe in the last summer, the Saudi clubs in general have invested, the Saudi clubs in football only, have invested in the last summer over 1.5 to 2 billion Saudi riyals for new contracts. So let's assume that AI will help decision makers here to optimize their choices by 20% or 30%. That would be a lot of saving. In addition to that, it will help to pick the right players into joining your club. If we change the persona and look at other personas, the athlete themselves. So an athlete would like to probably have a customized programs for training. That would be very possible by taking the biometrics, using some wearable devices. I believe some of these are already in use in Saudi Arabia, and some of them are proven to be very useful to help the athletes and their coaches to design something proper, personal for each of the players. Yes, it could be starting with football because it's the most famous one, but this could be applied to tens of other sports actively here in Saudi and other places in the world. I would like maybe to conclude with the third one, which is something very important. I was having a good speech with my colleague Firas, and there is numerous numbers of stadiums in Saudi Arabia under their supervision, and they're working with many companies in Saudi and even beyond to manage, operate these buildings. Well, AI can provide a lot of help because by end of the day, those buildings, arenas, pitches, they are just a smart building from AI perspective. There are plenty of IoT sensors that can be measuring a lot of important data. There are a lot of scenarios that will help and enhance the journey of the fans who attend and who are spending their time and their money to come and enjoy a couple of hours in their favorite match. So if AI can help to improve that journey, I believe we wouldn't find any empty slot in the matches that we have in Saudi Arabia. All of that can be provided, optimizing the services, saving the cost with the help of AI.
And a great potential and opportunities, and we will come to the point you mentioned, Mohandas Majid, on the AI League. But of course, with transformation comes challenges. To you, Firas, from your perspective and experience, what are the challenges that the sport ecosystem is currently facing?
I think when I think about challenges, there are probably three that always comes to mind. And they're both challenges and opportunities at the same time. So the first one is the massive scale of the sports sector in Saudi Arabia. We're talking about the ministry as the central hub for that sector. We're talking about nearly 100 federations, 193 clubs, sporting academies, so on and so forth. So if we look globally, usually all of those different sports and different entities are working in silos. So for us in Saudi Arabia, the challenge is the mass scale to coordinate between all of those entities. But the opportunity is that there is a lot of collaboration that's happening between those entities that will enable us to open better opportunities for us and reach in higher potentials. This is the first challenge. The second challenge is how can we detach a little bit of the sports participation in Saudi Arabia from just football to every other sports within Saudi Arabia. So we can enable talented young athletes to pursue any sport that they like and any sport that they can excel at. So it's just both between what you like and what you might be good at. So this is the second challenge. The third challenge, and this ties very closely to the AI League, which is we want to grow I would call it the entrepreneurship, the small and medium enterprises that focuses in technology for the sports sector in Saudi Arabia. So I know there's quite a lot of collaboration that we do with international partners, international companies, and those are always welcome. And we can always transfer the knowledge from overseas. But to having a vibrant community, a vibrant society within Saudi Arabia is always going to be a challenge for us. So these are the three challenges that came to mind.
And this is something for us to solve as innovators and the developers and everyone that would have a solution. To you, Mohandes Majid, in terms of, for me as a fan, there is always concern when it comes to data privacy. What are I would say, the AI-specific challenges that is also applicable to sport? How do we balance between innovation and privacy?
Yeah, there are many common challenges in using AI, adopting AI in various sectors. I believe some of them are really applied to sports. From the use cases that we just discussed now, I believe there is a lot of interacting with personal data, whether for the fans, the athletes, and other sensitive data. Those must be governed properly. And in Saudi Arabia, the proper documentation and policy by the Data Management Office, or PDPL, the Personal Data Protection Law that is in effect today. Even for startups and entrepreneurs who would like to act globally, they have to consider similar policies and laws. For example, GDPR in Europe and others in other countries as well. For the other challenge that comes to my mind is the bias of data sets AI models will be trained on. Well, human bias is really bad in sports, so I would add to that also AI bias. So there has to be some proper auditing for the models, and there has to be some data sets from various trusted sources. And one of the recommendations that comes along with the guidelines from SADAIA that have been published and the ethical use of AI is the transparency. I think it's very important in addition to others, but when it comes to the bias, every single person has to know transparently how this decision was made for a referee or for a club or for the ministry or the VAR systems and other systems. There are plenty of systems, I believe, used in Saudi and other countries. So transparency is very important. And then we have to know, especially entrepreneurs in the place, it's expensive to build from scratch AI solutions. However, you have to capitalize on open source solutions. Also, you have to look at opportunities. Firas has just mentioned the willingness to open the sports cloud. So that's maybe something that you could investigate further once it's published, and other solutions by other government entities in Saudi that could help you to achieve building a solution on the cloud or train on top of an existing LLM model or AI model, and then that will save you a cost and make your deliverable faster. So there are a few challenges. I assume that could be sorted out because they are general, not just for sports, but they are really important for the sports sector.
And since we already have talked about where are we and the challenges, I would like also to highlight what Mohandes Majid and Firas mentioned around the AI League. This week, Sky launched the AI League, which is a virtual sport tech competition. We are inviting everyone globally to participate in building the future AI solution in the sport industry. And I would like to thank our main sponsor, Ministry for Sport and Sadaya, and also other leading organizations in the sport and the tech organization. I would say that the AI League is not just a competition, it's actually an invitation for you to be part of building the next generation AI application. I would like to close by asking our panelists if they could name 3 solutions as an outcome of the AI League, what would they be? I would like to start with you, Mohandas Majid.
Interesting question. So I'll quickly name 3 challenges probably that require solution. The first one is targeting the managers of the clubs. I believe it's very important to save the cost, and I spoke about that a little bit in terms of the market share of 2 billion in one summer. If you extend that to other countries, if you extend that to other sports, I believe every single club manager would require a tool that would assist him or her to buy the next and recruit the best talents that helping their clubs. So that's one. The second one that is interesting for us in Saudi, in the last couple of years, we were able to bring the best players in football in the world. Imagine if your solution could help to mimic the experience of Cristiano Ronaldo in the last 20 years and then help athletes to go through something personalized to be equivalent to the same exercises, the food programs, and everything Cristiano Ronaldo was doing to become the best player or maybe one of the best players. At the same time, if you can help someone like Neymar, who came to Saudi Arabia and he was among the best players, but he couldn't find time because of injuries that happened to him. What if you can help someone like Neymar to avoid these injuries by providing best comments, best recommendations for him on what to eat, when to play, when to stop playing, when to quit the match if that's too much for him. So something that's focusing on athletes to help them as assistants. I think that will be a perfect choice, and that's aligned with the movement that we are having in Saudi. I believe with a lot of sensors existing nowadays and maybe things that to be invented, we can achieve something similar to that. Third one, which is related to the mass, the thousands and maybe hundreds of thousands who attend every week to the stadiums. What if we can have a tool, an application, maybe in collaboration with the Ministry of Sports, that will help to make a journey for the fans from buying the ticket to park the car, to enjoy their time, and then to get answers to all of their questions, whether on the stadiums, whether on the players, whether on the match, whether on the decisions of the referee in one app. And that could be like a smart service provided for people to increase their understanding of football and other sports as well, and then make them happy while attending the sports and enjoying every single moment in the match.
You, Firas?
Thank you, Mohandas. But to make it crisp and short, I would actually reiterate almost pretty much the same as you said. So we have the athletes, we have the mass participants, and we have the fans. So how can we leverage AI technologies to help athletes reach their fullest potential? How can we leverage AI? How can we leverage AI to help the fans enjoy the experiences, whether it's in-game or it is outside at home? And lastly, how can we leverage AI to increase the mass participation and assist people to participate more and more into sports?
And one point, if I may add, to the challenge you mentioned, Firas, regarding the inclusion of all sports. So this is something I would like to see from the AI League, is the inclusion of different sport. Even if we are a big football fan, we would love to see the scalability of these solutions to other sports. So I would say it's a call for every problem solver, for every the innovators as well, and the visionaries to join us in the AI League and build the future of the sport tech. I would like to thank you for attending the session, and I would like to thank our panelists for all of the insights that they have shared. And we look forward to seeing you all part of the AI League. Thank you.
جاء الوقت اللي تغير فيه قوانين اللعبة. تجرب تكون مطور لمستقبل جديد بعالم الرياضة. تركز على أهدافك وتسابق لتحقيقها. توصل ذكاء التقنية، شغف، طموح وحماس. نزل ابتكاراتك الملاعب، كون فريقك، شق طريقك وتحضر الرياضة للمستقبل. سجل الآن في دوري الذكاء الاصطناعي الرياضي الأول في المملكة. AI League.
Absolutely deserved a round of applause. Really fascinating insights. I certainly echo Hizar when she said we'd like to see this scaled up into other sporting activities. I would love to be able to tap into Ronaldo's nutrition regime to help me power on my spinning bike in the gym. How amazing would that be? Certainly if it spills into supporting sporting activities outside of arenas. We are going to stick with the theme of the AI League now and continue the talk about the intersection of the sporting world and emerging technologies. But we're going to go wider, outside of the kingdom now, and really look at what will be the innovation shaping fan engagement and performance analytics. What does the future hold for live sports, and what will also be the key indicators to gauge the value of new technologies for sporting orientated consumers? Well, the upcoming panel is going to be in safe hands of Isabel Kumar, former Euronews anchor. You've seen her a lot during this conference and you know how she sparks great debate. So please do give Isabel and her panel a warm welcome.
Grab your seats, everybody. So I imagine we've got a lot of sporting fans in the crowd. So while we've been here up until now, we've been looking at AI in terms of industry, in terms of ethics. Now we're focusing on sports because basically in every high-performing sport, teams are pushing themselves, not only physically, but they're pushing themselves to their limits using AI and data analytics. And they're taking them to new and very futuristic levels. And that makes the difference nowadays between winning and losing. These innovations are revolutionizing some of the very oldest sports that we have enjoyed, dating back right into history. So we've got a chance now to meet 4 leaders in this area. They're changing the game. So hello, Matt. Hello, Roddy. Hello, Warren. Hello, Michael over there. It's good to have you with us. So, Michael, let's start with you. I want to look now at this kind of issue of the competitive edge when it comes to AI and machine learning, because it's revolutionizing golf, your sport, offering advanced operational performance and efficiency. What does that mean?
How long have we got?
You've got 2 minutes.
Oh, my goodness. You mentioned traditional sports earlier on. I guess probably one of the the most traditional sports on this panel here today. That means that actually we're carrying around about 100 years of tradition. And we've got probably more to do than most in terms of that transformation. When we talk about legacy and we talk about complexity, I would argue that we are probably one of the most complicated sports in the industry. I know there are some complexities here on the panel as well, but to put it into perspective, we're delivering 45 tournaments in 29 different countries over 5 continents in a given season. Our down season, because sports often talk about their down season, is just 3 days. So we get no time to relax. We get no time to work as a conventional company, corporate would. And what does AI mean for us? Well, I think, we are sitting on one of the biggest opportunities that I'm aware of in terms of how technology can help us reduce that complexity that resides in my world. And I must say, there's some incredible things around Gen AI, but for me right now, dealing with that complexity is probably the priority. How can we use AI to reduce the complexity so that I can deliver my technology in 44, 45 tournaments, 29 different countries around the world in a consistent way and in a way that is more economical? And I'll very quickly just give you one example.
Very quickly.
If we look at prize fund, every tournament we've got 156 players. Half of those will get a share of the prize fund. Typically, that's taken us 5 days to get from tournament into their bank accounts. Through technology, through automation, through the efficiency that it provides, we now do that in 5 clicks. 5 days to 5 clicks is probably the best example I can give you.
That's quite impressive. But I don't think many people have got a massive amount of sympathy for you, because I bet a lot of people would be like to be working and have be working in the golfing world. But it's great that AI is cutting through that complexity and providing a fair amount of simplicity. Now, another issue we've brought up many times here is the power of partnerships. Well, partnerships also play into sport. So I know that Formula E and Google Cloud have just recently announced an expanded partnership. So how do you expect the technology that's kind of offered by Google Cloud to enhance, well, the driver performance of Formula E?
Yeah, it's a good question. So obviously we started our partnership with Google Cloud at the end of last year, and part of that work that we're doing with them is across multiple areas, but a few examples to share with you all is they were part of our world record attempt last year, where we built a Gen Beta test car.
I'm just going to pause you there one sec. We should have a video now of the Formula E, if you so that people can see what Matt's talking about. If you do have that, put it up behind us. If not, we'll see it later. Carry on. Sorry for interrupting you.
So we're constantly developing our cars. So we're about to go into our 4th generation of cars. Every time they're getting quicker, the batteries last longer. But we built a Gen Beta test car to try and beat the world speed record in London. And we managed that, and Google Cloud were kind of part of that process, assisting us along the way. But probably the most important use case for Google Cloud at the moment is their AI driver coach. And what we've identified at Formula E and obviously motorsport in general is that most drivers, clearly there are a few exceptions, they come from a very privileged background. They've got money. They're generally all men. A very limited female representation in the sport, and part of that is because they've been given those opportunities. They've been given the best coaches, the best money for coaching, etc., as they've kind of gone through the levels from go-karting. So one thing that Google Cloud are helping us do is build something called the AI driver coach, and this allows essentially, through AI, everyone can get the coaching they need to improve their driving styles, to improve, and that will go out. That will be launched very soon. It's in development at the moment, and it will allow sort of the next generation of female drivers or people from underprivileged areas of society to actually learn how to be a better driver, and actually give them then hopefully those opportunities to win competitions and be noticed, and maybe then get sponsorship and go to the next level. So that's the big, well, hopefully that will improve the sport and the diversity within the sport, and drive a different type of driver, and not just the same kind of drivers that we see all the time.
We should make the sport a lot more exciting, especially to women, I think. And as you can see, the sports are male-dominated, because if I look at the audience, it's mostly men, and, well, our panel, what can I say? What I would like to know from you, Warren, now, I love SailGP. I just think it is incredible, and we're going to see some pictures of SailGP in just a moment. And the use of technology there is just really impressive, because you've got sensors and onboard cameras that are providing real-time information and data to teams during a race. And what I want to know is, if they're getting this data real time, they're going to make kind of split-second decisions, but how is that impacting their strategy?
Thank you for the kind words on SailGP. Yeah, we love data. We set up from the beginning that we would have data and then move that forward. We use Oracle Cloud, so we send all our information to the Oracle Cloud. We generate around 53 billion data requests every day when we're sailing. All that information then goes into about 10 buckets. So it could be the teams. So the teams will use that data, be able to work out what they're doing and how they're doing it. And one good thing as well is that we share our data amongst the teams. So Team Australia can see Team France's data, Team France can see Team Switzerland's data. There's no hide in place. Everything is open from that point of view. But all the information comes in, we gather it, and then we send it out to all the different stakeholders. We send it all back to London for our broadcast, and we put that on the screen, and we need around 100 milliseconds to be able to make it work. So from boat to database is about 100 milliseconds. So it's pretty tight. But yeah, we've got. We had an event in Sydney last weekend, and sending all that back to London. I keep on saying I need it faster, and they keep on coming back with physics and light and things like that. So that's the fastest you're going to get it.
It's incredible. And just keep an eye on those graphics, because we're going to be talking about those in just a moment. Now, Roddy, have you heard of kind of E1 powerboat racing? This is the newest sport that we have with us now. So I think I should just give you a little bit of room to explain to everybody what it is. And we're also going to have pictures to help you explain that, because the picture tells 1,000 words.
Well, thank you very much. Very legit question, because literally we are the younger sport platform here on this stage. We are at the toddler kind of phase, but we're growing very fast. The E1 World Championship presented by PIF is a new sport platform that is based on 3 main pillars: technology innovation, sustainability, and marine lifestyle. I am a founder and CEO of the E1, together with Alejandro Agag, who has founded Formula E and Extreme E. And from the very beginning, we tried to find the sweet spot between motorsport, sailing, and powerboating, trying to get the best out of the 3 ecosystems which we love. And again, we are building a new sport proposition. We started last year. We have finished the first season. Everything started in Jeddah, in this kingdom, in January last year, and now we have started season 2 3 weeks ago, again in Jeddah. We are racing in Doha next week, and we are ready for a 7 races season. I really invite all of you to go and check on websites and social channel to know more.
Absolutely. Well, look, and just in a word, how fast are these boats going?
They go 90 kilometers per hour.
Amazing. So, interestingly, your boats were going faster. Is that right?
Yeah, the record at the moment is 99.96. Yeah, thanks, Oracle.
So we'll have to meet next year and see if that gap has kind of narrowed. I was just wondering that. But listen, what I wanted to know is, because when we see these boats going so phenomenally fast, accidents can happen also in a split second. And I've seen these kind of boats capsize. It's quite terrifying. So how is technology not only enabling kind of, I suppose, more efficient sailing, quick decisions, but also how is it empowering safety on board and keeping the sailors safe?
So a bit controversial. I call them IoT devices, extreme IoT devices. The sailors on board call them boats. So we have 125 sensors on each boat, and we get all that information out from that. So we know rudder differential, camber of the wing, how many times they've turned the steering wheel, every single thing that they do, we know that. We can measure between 1 centimeter where they are in the world.
Wow.
So we can work that out. So we can use AI then to be able to say if all 12 teams are on the race course and this is where they are in now, well, in 30 seconds they're all going to be here, and then there may be a collision or something like that. So we can use AI to be able to work out what's going on. We can move the cameras there as well. But we know everything what's going on the boat, and we probably know a little bit more before the sailors know that as well. But at the end of the day, we give this information to the athletes to be able to make better decisions. It's up to them if they make those decisions. We don't interfere. They have this information at heart, and if they use it, that's great.
Yeah, well, I imagine they're leveraging it as much as possible. I'm going to come back to you, Roddy, because I know you're an engineer. And so you've obviously been looking at a lot of the designs, as you were saying, in like esports, but kind of in Formula E, also in SailGP. Well, tell us a bit about the design considerations when you were working on your own sport.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I've been always working in motorsport, from Formula One, and then, I mean, my previous job was managing director in McLaren Technologies. So we have learned so much on the track, you know, on the racetrack. And what we have done by, again, finding the sweet spot between the sports that I mentioned earlier is to apply a technology transfer from the motorsport for everything that is electronics and electric components. So by doing so, I mean, we all know, I mean, a thermal engine is 27% efficiency, an electric motor is 98% efficiency, and we are not depending on weather condition or everything, so we just keep going at that speed. And the design consideration was started from the inspiration of our designer, who for the first time drafted the concept of the boat, and that was based on foil. Of course, foils implies limit on speed, okay? But speed for us is not important because, and also outside there, you know, London has got 5 miles per hour average speed. Riyadh, I don't want to know, but must be in that kind of region. I think that the thrill and the future of interest, especially from the young generation, because we work from them, we don't work for my generation, is more about the acceleration and the efficiency compared to the previous paradigm of power and maximum speed, you know, for whatever the cost. Because the cost today is the planet, and we have to be very much aware of this. So by getting the inspiration from Sophie Horn, our designer, we understood that we had a huge chance to increase the efficiency. So our battery is less than 20% of the total weight of the boat. So this is a great achievement. And if you look at the Teslas of this world, Lucid Motor, and all the electric cars, they have reviewed completely the design in order to welcome the state-of-the-art of electric propulsion. Of course, this is a continuous evolution which will keep going for at least 10 to 20 years because the technology is not there. So we still need big improvements on the electric propulsion, whatever the vector is of energy. But this is the direction, and this is why we exist and Formula E exists, because the solution is not there, and we have an amazing platform, entertaining, fun, lifestyle-based, that can offer to players a laboratory to test new solution at very low technology readiness.
Yeah, and as you say, it's absolutely thrilling to watch. Now, you're just talking about Matt there, and, you know, something that really resonated with me that, you know, that Roger just said is the cost is the planet. And I imagine that that is one of the metrics that you're taking into account when you're developing innovations and new techniques for Formula E. So how does that work? How do these metrics kind of work? What are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, so my team being the business intelligence team, my team is responsible for essentially measuring all of our innovations and our sport generally, and what impact are the things that we're doing have on fandom, on TV viewership, on digital numbers, on social media numbers. So we do lots of work around whether it be market research, whether it be looking at media data, so TV viewing data, digital data, looking at data sets that are available and really trying to understand the impact of what we're doing as a sport on those metrics. So one example is this weekend in Jeddah. We are, for the very first time ever, you will see the kind of our equivalent of pit stops in the middle of the races. So fast charging. The cars will stop for 30 seconds for a fast charge,
Amazing.
which will get them to the end of the race. So we've never had this before. I mean, if you go back to season 1, we're in our 11th season now.
30 seconds?
30 seconds, yeah. So it's gonna mean that there's a strategy then in the race, whereas before it's just one race. Now, when do you stop? How do you gain that advantage? Can it be done quicker? Or if you go back to our season 1, so back when we launched 11 years ago, the cars were not equipped to last the whole race in that they had to be swapped halfway through a race. So the drivers had to jump into another car halfway through the race. So this is an example of how far the technology has come since then. But in my team, we'll be measuring the impact on that, whether it be through, we're doing a big market research study to understand, did people understand, did they like it, did it enhance their enjoyment of the race, did it make them more likely to watch more races in the future? We'll also look at the impacts on TV viewing. Did we see a dip or an increase in viewing? Did people stay for longer? Did it increase? So literally, when we try new things at Formula E, we don't just do it on a whim. We want to understand, does it have return on investment? Does it improve engagement, which then improves obviously our sponsorship value, and we can improve our revenue as a result. So everything we do and understand what is the ROI and has it actually worked, and it's my team that's responsible for pulling all that data together and then going back to the business and saying, this worked, this didn't work, but if we make these small changes, it can work in the future. Or we're doing something, we're changing something, but we're not educating people at home about the things that we're doing. So, there can be some complications in motorsport that we need to explain a little bit better than we're doing. So, yeah.
It's very interesting though, because in some respects what you're saying is the fans are in the driving seat because you're really taking on board what they're wanting and what they're enjoying. Exactly, and then kind of including obviously another, a lot of other elements of innovation into that. I want to come over to you now because, Michael, because it's kind of a very different sport, obviously, when we're looking at golf. When we're thinking about issues of security, when we're thinking about issues of safety, golf doesn't necessarily come into mind straight away. But, the latest technology does help you with kind of weather analysis, course mapping, which I think is extremely important when we're thinking about climate change and developments like that. Also fan behavior data that we've spoken about at length now, and we're going to talk about a bit more. So tell us about the analytics you're using and how that is transforming the future and how you are going to change the way you're going to deliver golf tournaments, these multiple golf tournaments that you have staged around the world.
Yeah. I guess, we're very much not about speed, like my colleagues, but the one thing that we probably have in common is the weather. And interestingly enough, the one of two threats, or biggest threats that we have in golf is one, probably cyber terrorism and conventional terrorism. And second is the weather. And why is the weather important? Because if there is the threat of lightning or thunder in proximity of the course, we have to evacuate the course. And when you have 156 players playing on 18 holes with caddies and fans, evacuating a venue that is about 170 football pitches is no easy task. So we use AI and critical sources of data to help us really almost hyper-localize the threat of lightning and thunder. We cannot rely upon generic weather forecasts. In fact, we do two things. We have our own meteorologist on site every tournament, and we also deploy weather sensors on every single hole. And these weather sensors are capturing and reporting on around about 12 to 15 measurements of weather, wind direction, wind speed, threat of lightning, etc., every 3 seconds.
Wow.
So continually pumping out lots and lots of data, but that isn't enough. So we're taking that data, satellite data, radar data, because our meteorologist doesn't care about the threat of lightning 50 kilometers away, 100 kilometers away. He wants to know when it's 10 kilometers away. We get that close because making that decision about evacuating the venue is critical for us. It can impact TV coverage by about 2 to 3 hours. So that's how we're using AI to hyper-localize the forecasting of lightning in that sort of proximity.
That's incredible, and that really does talk to what Matt was saying about the technology that you're developing, which is very relevant to all of us here in this room, and it's really kind of supercharging what we will, which we'll be able to benefit from in the future. Which, Roddy, as this is an emerging technology, that you're telling us about, the e-power boats. What are you developing if we're going to look at fan engagement? Because it's all about keeping fans safe, as Michael was saying. So what's happening in that space?
Well, given the stage of the organization, I'm afraid I need to give a bit of a boring answer.
Don't make it too boring.
Not too boring, I'll be fast. So the topic is we are monitoring and we are designing our roadmap. We today use AR, VR on our live products. We are working and discussing with many players for adding sensors on the pilots and on the boat to understand more the behavior and provide a more immersive experience. So there is a lot of attention, of course, on building the roadmap of the future, especially given that we have these celebrities coming to races. They own the teams and they are actually competing to each other. So we have Rafa Nadal competing with Tom Brady. So if we can, and so many others, LeBron James announced before Jeddah. So if we can get the fans, remote fans, to interact the more and more, even with our celebrities, of course, there will be a bingo. But at the stage of the organization, I need to focus on the fundamentals, which is having a robust technology platform on board, on land, entertainment-wise, a very strong live product, having an exciting sporting proposition. So as soon as we build this, then we will plug in all the new buzzwords and technologies to emphasize and, get these values resonate with the world on a bigger scale. But now the focus is on the minimum viable product, which is our guests, the fans coming to see the event, to watch the event, and our fan base that is based on social channels through the celebrities, reaching 1.1 billion followers through them, and of course the live product, which we have to socialize and add more and more. One last comment, again as an engineer and very much data-driven, as I heard from all the colleagues, I see big opportunities in the live broadcasting technologies. So we've been working on increase the remote presence of people, but I think we need to reduce the number of people working on building the live product, and AI can play a massive role. So this is a field of research that I'm very interested into and very active.
I didn't think that was boring at all, actually. I thought it was absolutely fascinating. Look, let's keep this idea of fan engagement, because I want to talk to you all about that just now. And Matt, you have this kind of technology. I have no idea what it is, and I want you to explain to us. Galvanic skin response testing. What is it?
So, yeah, it's basically what we do. It sounds more sophisticated than it probably is. But for all our races, we take a panel of people across 3 of our key markets, UK, Germany, and Italy. And we essentially, they wear a device on their hands, so on their skin, and they watch the race. That's all they do. They don't do anything else. But what this technology does, this device, it will pick up their levels of engagement, essentially via their moisture in their skin. So if they are sweating, or very tiny moisture, not like if they're a really sweaty person, but if they're tiny moisture, it will essentially denote engagement. And then if there is less moisture, it's less engagement. So what this allows us to do is we get a trace of the race, and we can see the peak is when the race starts, always the most engaging moment. But when there's a safety car and there's a crash, suddenly people get bored and the engagement goes right down. If there's a great overtake, suddenly the engagement goes back up again. We can use this to really improve our broadcast. So the typical Formula E viewer stays for 15 minutes. We have a 45-minute race. They stay for 15 minutes. If we can make those people stay for 17 minutes or 18 minutes, that will increase our TV numbers significantly. So we use this data to go, actually, you know what, are we showing too many replays? Are we turning people off? What do we do when there's a safety car? So one example, a few years ago, we got the team boss to come in and do an interview. And suddenly everyone was interested in what he had to say about what was happening in the safety car and what his team was doing. And suddenly those numbers went back up again and the engagement wasn't so bad. What happens when you take the driver cam? So if a driver's out front and you go straight to his driver cam so you can only see what he can see, is that engaging people? Actually, what we found was that isn't engaging, because people get bored of just seeing one car out front. But if there's multiple cars and they're jousting each other, then suddenly that's really engaging. So it can help us make better split-second decisions in terms of what drives engagement, what doesn't drive engagement, and the broadcast team absolutely love it because it allows them to see what's working and what isn't working.
That's incredible.
So there we go.
And I suppose you're going to be using it now with your pit stops that you're going to be introducing in Jeddah?
100%. So again, one internal argument has always been 30 seconds. For me and you, that is quick, right? But F1 pit stops are what? I don't know, 6 seconds, 7 seconds. 30 seconds is going to seem like a long time. So it'd be very interesting to understand then
How
what does
that
that
all
engagement
works.
mean. So yeah, we'll see.
So it's incredible what you're able to do now. So over to you, Michael. And when Michael answers, we have also got a video for this answer, which I think will help us a lot, because I know that AI is not only kind of enabling you to personalize content and for golf fans, but it's also providing them with a sort of immersive experience, which is, I just find fascinating, and this real-time analysis that Matt was talking about, which I imagine you're probably doing differently. But can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. If we can have the video playing, I think, and I have to commend you, Isabella, actually on bringing 4 speakers together with, one thing I've learned today is the great deal of commonality between our worlds. And I think another area of commonality is behind us. One of our biggest challenges is how we can straddle the gap between the armchair fan and the on-course spectator. I think we all produce really commendable TV coverage. And actually, if you're sat at home and you've got the TV on, you've got your second screen device, you've got great access to the sport. You know exactly what's going on in our context across 18 holes of the venue. The way that we are addressing that, bridging the gap between the armchair fan, TV coverage, and the on-course spectator is our virtual twin. And this is real-time digital animation of everything that is happening across that course. This is a real-life virtualization of our BMW PGA Championship, our flagship event at Wentworth, just outside London. And it is recreating the real world in the virtual world. And it's telling the on-course spectator absolutely what is happening across 18 fields of play. The remarkable thing is this technology is fully automated. It's using machine learning, it's using virtual reality, and it's using AI. It's being created in New Zealand using data that's coming off the course.
I have no idea what that is. It's pretty cool.
I've never been interrupted by a drone before. It's the first time. This technology you've just seen is utilizing data off the course, being shipped to New Zealand, creating that virtual twin, and coming back to the course in pretty much real time, in about 10 seconds. People on the course are seeing that. It's quite incredible.
That is absolutely incredible, and it was so handy seeing that video and being able to understand how it works. And what's interesting is you're saying there's this commonality. So this makes me think of the Liveline technology that you're using. So you remember when we had Warren's video playing, I was saying, look at the graphics that are being overlaid. So tell us about that, and how, I suppose, I know also that the sailors have sensors on them, and does that technology enable spectators at home to be able to identify those sailors who are otherwise basically unrecognizable because they've got all this sailing gear on?
Yeah, historically, sailing was, from a TV product, you had boats on a blue background and they were going around. So it was pretty difficult to know where the boats are going from, where they're going, who's winning, who's losing. So about 12 years ago, we created Liveline. So it's an augmented reality to be able to put on top of the screen so the viewers can be able to see what that looks like. So it has ladder lines to be able to say the distance between the boats. It has the speed of the boat, the teams, where they're going, the marks, everything like that. And to be able to do that, we basically put sensors on everything on the race course. So on the marks, we have autonomous marks. So when we move the race course, because the race course will move because the wind will change, so the marks will change with the meteorologist moving it across. So everything we do is all sensors. When we get that data, it goes from the shore into the Oracle Cloud, and then it goes straight onto our broadcast then. We do our broadcast from London, so as Roddy was saying about being remote and doing other things like that. So we had an event in Sydney and New Zealand last weekend and a couple of weeks ago, and we did that 5,000 miles away in London. So all the graphics will be on there from that, and then we put it out and we broadcast it to all the territories around the world. But on top of that then, so the fan engagement again, so unless you have a big screen in front of you, you don't really see what's going on. So using that technology, we put that into a phone, so you can point the phone at the racecourse, and then it will give you the information of what's going on. So the teams are going past, as I said, that 1 centimeter where we know where the boats are. So you can point your screen and you can move it around, and it will give you the information of what's going on. So this team here, or you go landscape and you have a number of teams, it's a game changer for the spectators to be able to do that.
Pardon the pun, but it is amazing how the technology is just completely changing like the fan experience. Now, we have 5 minutes left, so you're going to have to make your answers a lot shorter, and I'm going to be unkind to you if they're too long. I want to find out how you're moving up to the next level. So, Roddy, how are you making use, because sustainability, as you said right in your introduction, is key to what you are doing. How are you putting that front and center and moving up?
So we now have a platform, and it's a platform, a technology platform that is very much based on the boat itself. The boat is not only a matter of emission because we use electric propulsion, but there are other subtle advantages for the environment, like not producing waves. Our boat, of course, produces spray, but not waves, which are so important for the coastal area erosion, and the sound, which is so important for the sea life. And we have measured through 2 universities all these effects, and we have data showing that there is actually benefit. We also use very interesting toys, you know, the autonomous marks, so we can just put a coordinate and they go by themselves. But the important story is they don't have an anchor, so there's no impact on the seabed. So a small example, but in the right direction. Logistics is key. Remote production is also key. So from wherever we are now, we are talking with so many players in all the different areas, and we propose ourselves as the laboratory to test the future solution, the future technologies. So this is what really is in the heart of our strategy for the future.
I love that, laboratory to test future solutions. So Matt, I know you were saying that you're wanting to narrow the gap, obviously, between Formula One. That's is a huge competitor. How are you leveraging technology to do that?
Yeah, so I think for those of you that know Formula E, our races are only like 45 minutes long.
Move the mic to your mouth a bit more.
Is that better? Yeah. So our races are only 45 minutes long at the moment. So obviously compared to an F1 race, which is an hour and a half or 2 hours. So what we're doing actually, obviously lots of work as we're designing our 4th generation of car. Obviously lots of technological advances going into that car. Yeah, AI is being used. It's not necessarily, car is not my speciality, so I don't know, I can't go into too much detail there. But essentially what we want to do is make that car performance better, so that it's essentially faster than an F1 car, which in the last generation we were only 8 miles an hour slower. So we're getting closer and closer.
That is pretty close.
And then the other thing that I think is really important is that we design the cars better so that the batteries last longer, so our races can last longer. At the moment, 45 minutes is great. It means for a very exciting race, but we love for longer. Longer means more exposure, more opportunity for our sponsors to get brand exposure and media value. So yeah, that's my short answer.
Okay, and thank you. And then something we've spoken about at this stage, main stage, everywhere, is the issue of agents. It's the buzzword that is going, that's basically being spoken about at every stage. And we saw last week that OpenAI has announced a new AI agent. And so what I want to do and find out from you, Michael, is how this is being integrated into sporting entities.
Okay, I guess I've got about 40 seconds to answer that as well.
Yeah.
So I'll do as best as I can. I think for all of us, the media landscape is getting very, very difficult. The commercial, the partnership landscape is becoming very fragmented, which means that moving forward, we've got to think about consumer growth. We've got to think about how we can grow our fan base and monetize that. That is the opportunity. What I see being spoken about with AI agents is both a threat, but equally maybe an opportunity as well, because I feel that through the technology of AI agents, whilst we're all working really hard to build those direct relationships with our fans and getting deep on the data, the 360 profile, actually technology is almost jumping ahead. and through AI agents, empowering the fan, empowering technology to effectively mine the sporting organizations. So no longer can we rely upon having a direct relationship for ticketing, for merch, for food and beverage, etc., because technology will do all of that. And unless we're working with operator and AI agents, we're going to increasingly find ourselves disengaged from that critical area, which is the fan. So for me, it's a wake-up call to think about how we address this and turn it into an opportunity.
Amazing. So that maybe is a discussion to have next year to find out how you've kind of been leveraging AI agents and kind of working them into your strategy. And then Warren, very short amount of time there. What I want to know is, you know, CellGP is so futuristic. What can we expect next?
As Michael said, we're looking at efficiencies, we're looking at using our technology. We have a database of around 2 trillion lines of code at the moment available to us. How do we utilize that? How can we predict what needs to be happening? And one of the big things that we did at the end of the last season, we're into season 5 now, was automated autonomous cameras. So we have 48 cameras on available to us, and we've autonomized them to go looking for stories, to be able to do that. Previously, we had them working from London, so we had operators operating them from London, but now they're fully autonomous, and they're going out looking for those stories, looking for that. That human brain can't comprehend what's going on, and us knowing with AI to be able to say that there's a story coming in the next 30 seconds, or there's coming there, then we can have all 48 cameras on that, or you can just move it around and segment the race course. It's an exciting time coming forward.
It is a very exciting time, and we're going to close off now. But, you know, I want to pick up on something that Roddy said, that this is a laboratory for the future. So while we're enjoying our sports, and these are, you know, 4 very different sports, as you said, Michael, there is a commonality. And beyond the commonality of the technology, I think there is also a commonality that's kind of bringing everybody in, not only in terms of fans, but in terms of our future and our lives, because you're developing new ways to map the weather. You're thinking about how we can preserve our seas. You're moving away to kind of electric vehicles and supercharging those. And, you know, Warren, the stuff you're doing with these boats is just phenomenal. So my mind has been blown by this conversation. I hope yours has been too. Please do give a very warm round of applause to our 4 fantastic speakers.
Thank you very much to Isabel and that really informative and insightful panel. It really does strike you about that was a bit of a microcosm, that chat. Talk about how we need to keep fans right at the heart of all of these developments using artificial intelligence technology. Really underscores how important it is that the human is kept right at the heart of all of the developments that we're seeing, hearing about and experiencing already in our lives today. So one of those issues which comes up, and when we always have at the forefront of our minds how the human has to be right at the center, is whether you can keep maintaining trust, because developments in technologies are moving so fast that there is a real concern that populations will simply be left behind and that they will want advances to stop. A friend of mine actually last week, she's an educator, and she said, I'm really scared of the future. I actually just want it to stop. And I said, I'm afraid you'll find that that's just not going to happen. But the problem is, how do you build up trust in whatever industry, and importantly, in society as a whole, for all those teachers, those educators out there? So we are going to be honing in on trust in this next panel discussion. It's actually more of a fireside chat. We're going to talk about whether trust is going to become a casualty in this brave new world because of all of these challenges ahead. So we're going to try and give you some building blocks for trust and look at strategies that you can put in place to try and maintain consumer trust. And we're going to, in particular, look at IBM's experience and its really robust AI ethics framework. So please do welcome back Isabel Kumar for this fireside chat. Welcome.
So I wasn't gone very long. It's lovely to be back here. Well, Susanna did an absolutely fantastic introduction, setting the scene for this talk, because the global AI landscape can be described as a bit of a wild west today. You know, we've got governments and enterprises setting their own standards, often really vastly different from one another. And this fragmented approach does make it harder to enable trust, transparency, and accountability, all the while trying to push for innovation and also mitigating risks. So research indicates, and I thought this was particularly interesting, that consumers are more likely to choose companies that do have AI ethical practices. That's something they're really looking for. And that makes trusting a business absolutely imperative. And so IBM is recognized for its robust AI ethics framework. It was ahead of the game in this aspect, and that's helping the company and its customers navigate what is a rapidly evolving and I think very confusing landscape at times. So I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by Eamon here. So as I was saying, IBM was an early mover in this field. What made IBM realize that this was the right decision to make and the right strategy to keep hold of?
Right. So the way we looked at AI since the beginning, the inception of the idea itself, we've realized that this is a technology that's not going to just touch the technical aspect of what we do, but it's going to touch society as a whole. So even the individuals, society, people.
Can you hear Eamon properly there? Yeah, all good? Sorry, it's very difficult to tell sometimes in this stage. So
I'll try to raise my voice. So we've noticed that this is going to go far beyond technology. And what we've realized is unless you actually go and dig deep into the AI that you create, you're not really going to understand how it was created. This is not, and if you look at everything that is done in AI today and you compare it to traditional technology, even if you're going to go and introduce trust into it later on, which is not the right thing, even traditional technology, but it's usually easier. But AI is like, I always say, when you have an AI model, it's like your child, right? So it's organic. So you teach that child what to do and what to say, but at the end of the day, he or she is going to say what they want to say. And that meant that when we wanted to introduce AI, we wanted to make sure that from the get-go, you understand exactly how it's created. You actually can explain what it's going to say, and you can put more trust into it. So we understood it way before it goes in. And what we believe as well is as we innovate more into this technology, trust is going to be even more paramount to it as it becomes mainstream.
So, as you're saying, that there is this growing kind of call for more responsibility when it comes to AI, and there are evolving regulations. So, you know, in general terms, how are you seeing a shift nowadays? You know, going from kind of black box AI to more of a glass box approach?
Right. I think I'm going to steal this analogy. I like black box versus glass box. So, again, I think understanding it and trying to see exactly how it's created hinges on how you're going to look at the data that was used in the training it. And you're going to see how it was created, the algorithms themselves being open. More people are going to see them. And then the last piece, which is a lot of people usually overlook, is are you going to keep going back and seeing how it responds? Again, this is not traditional technology. I always urge people to look at it like an organic thing. Most traditional technology is what we do, as you said, black box versus a glass box. The glass box is you pop the hood, you look underneath, then you're good with it, that's it. 1 + 1 = 2, and it's always like that. While with AI, that last piece, in order for this to be a glass box, it keeps getting stained. You just need to go and clean it and keep looking into it. So this is completely different than how we used to do technology, which means keep popping the hood, keep looking what's underneath, keep trying to see how it was created or how it's going to respond. So again, the glass box, as opposed to traditional glass boxes, will get stained. Just make sure that you keep cleaning it and understanding what's inside.
I love that analogy. Okay, so if we keep with this kind of cleaning analogy, what about kind of cleaning when it comes to your own teams? You know, we've heard so many times here that, you know, there is a certain amount of fear that's holding technology back. So, you know, what's your cleaning technique to basically clean away those worries and explain what's happening?
Right. So, interestingly enough, if you look at AI and compare it, when we try to use AI in business, and as a company, as IBM, our focus in AI is usually on the enterprise. You'll realize that a big part of the businesses that stop using AI is because of the fear of AI. And some of the examples, if you're going to ask the model, the AI model that you have, certain questions, and you have the people using it not trusting the answers, they're understanding exactly how they were created, they're going to stop using it. If you look at traditional technology, it is so easy. You have a formula and you're going to see it. But if I'm going to say, you know, should I increase the value of my goods this season? And it's going to say, okay, I think it's cool. And then you realize you did not trust the answer, you're going to stop using it. So what we try to do to make sure that we push that fear aside is we create what we call transparent, explainable AI. So I need the people that are going to be using it to understand exactly how it was created and to have the answers being explained to them. That's the only way you can have the people actually take away that fear. And as a matter of fact, I've seen some numbers. We've realized that a lot of people want to use it. A big percentage of people want to use it, but they keep saying we will postpone until we can explain how it's answering that way. So.
That's amazing. So there's some great terms here, transparent explainability, and I think that's something people would really quite like a little bit more of. So ethical oversight is super important when it comes to this, when you're looking at these issues of transparency as well. So how is Saudi Arabia actually balancing this issue of ethical oversight and innovation, and then also feeding in transparency into the mix?
Right, so I can't speak for Saudi Arabia, I'll speak for IBM.
Okay.
All right, so for us, okay, I'm going to tell you how we feel as a company. Some of what we say will resonate a lot with Saudi Arabia. Some of it resonates with the globe as well. So the first thing that we always say is that your AI needs to be open. Yeah, that's why you notice that we've always been very strong supporters of open source anyway, but it needs to be open. You can't have the models closed, or you can't have the data that was used to train the models not known. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that you need to hold deployers and creators of AI accountable. I know it's not popular opinion, but this is the only way you can have something that is going to be trustworthy with people. And you also need to make sure that as you put regulations in place, you do not regulate the technology, but more so regulate the use cases, the risks with the technology. And I'll give you a few examples of that. If I gave you a chatbot that's going to give you recommendations to for example, for your purchase, your holiday purchase, that's low risk usually. But if you have something that's going to give you a recommendation to give a loan, or recommendation to actually for a doctor to go and recommend certain medication, that is sensitive. Now, understand that the underlying technology could be the same. It's just the use case itself that is associated with the use of the technology that's going to make a difference. So as we say, make everybody accountable, make sure that we have it open for everybody to understand, and make sure that you have the regulations on the technology, not on the algorithms themselves, but on the use of that technology. I'll give you an example that I always try to use is, when you look at regulations in roadways now, you don't go and regulate the tires, you regulate the actual usage of those tires of the cars in there, and that's what we try to promote. So
that makes a lot of sense. And so if you're regulating those use cases, does that make following regulations, I suppose, does that alleviate some of the barriers, if we're going to keep this kind of car analogy, and I'm loving our analogies. Right. So is that taking some of the obstacles out of your way as you're developing and moving forward with innovations?
Absolutely. So regulation does not necessarily mean hindering innovation. So, and that's a misconception that we always think about, that, you know, and I'm, by the way, I've always been a person that likes to liberate as much as possible when it comes to innovation technology. But if you go and try to make sure that you regulate only the aspect of the usage, that means that the use cases, the technology underneath will still innovate, it will still be advancing. Another thing is, this is not just good for protecting consumers, for example, but it's also very, very good for the businesses. Me as a business owner, I'm not going to go and use something that I do not understand very well or that is not tightly regulated. So
that's really fascinating, actually, because we've heard so much about how, you know, regulation is stalling innovation, but if you actually just do apply it to the use case, that actually opens a lot of doors.
Absolutely.
So if we're looking at issues of innovation, how is IBM preparing for quantum computing, for example? Where are you on that road?
Right. So I'm actually very passionate about quantum computing, and I believe it is going to be a revolution when it comes to how we use AI. So when you look at quantum computing is very, very powerful. And usually you can apply it to certain use cases, for example, advanced simulation, or you try to do powerful optimization. And as that becomes mainstream and it becomes used in AI, you're going to see more and more introduction of quantum computing in AI. I'm super excited personally. I think when there was a lot of talk about the high performance computing which is not traditional computing for AI, I kept telling everybody, wait until quantum computing gets introduced in AI. I think it will be even more world changing when it does that.
And when do you think that quantum computing will be developed to a point that it is going to be an application time?
So I can't say. I can tell you it's not decades. That I can tell you for sure. It's not going to be decades. But and I don't think it's going to be something that we can predict precisely by a month. But I don't think
in the next decade?
I can't say for sure, to be honest. So I hope when I'm still working for IBM it does that, because I need to work on it myself. And we do have quantum computing today. It's just not mainstream yet. So
just give us a use case example of how quantum computing and AI will work in tandem to resolve some global issues, for example.
Absolutely. So if you think about climate modeling requires a lot of simulation. And traditionally, we've also always known anything that has to do with climate modeling is very, very complex. But historically, what we've done is we've done a lot of simulation on that, but then we did not take it one step further, where if all the results that we get, we try to introduce an AI, then try to predict things as well. So you can simulate things, but you could not predict things properly. But now, with climate modeling or discovery of medicine, for example, those are things that we see will work in tandem between the two.
And why? What difference? What's the paradigm shift? That's the bit I'm trying to understand. What is quantum computing going to add to this mix?
But quantum computing is very, very powerful when compared to traditional computing. And being honest, I joined IBM because of quantum computing, because I think it's the next frontier. I think, and the way quantum computers are built is completely different than any traditional computing. And there are things that affect quantum computing that don't affect traditional computing. But if you see how some of the use cases that are being used in quantum computing, such as simulation, you realize that this is something unlike anything we've seen. And it's a lot of the problems that we've had in the past, you throw a lot of hardware to it until it gets resolved. But then you reach a certain point where certain use cases, it just doesn't work anymore. So that's when quantum computing gets,
Well, so it's going to enter us really into this new world. Now, one of the questions that that we've asked again and again is with the advent of AI, and I also suppose quantum computing in that respect. When technology evolves so fast, what is going to happen to the world of work? What is IBM doing in terms of its workforce, in terms of upskilling, reskilling? What jobs are being lost? What jobs will be created?
Right. So humans are fascinating. Humans will always find ways to reinvent themselves. And we believe so as IBM. And we actually had cases like this. I mean, if you remember the internet, I was old enough to be an actual employee when it was being introduced. And a lot of people thought a lot of people are going to lose their jobs. And some people did. But that introduced a lot more new jobs. Look at print media, newspapers. Yes, some of the people lost their jobs, but then you had a lot of the marketing, the online campaigns, etc. So what I always tell people is, people will be much better at doing their jobs and reinvent the way they do their jobs using AI. So it's not going to be whether people are going to lose their jobs or not. It's going to be whether they're going to use AI or not. So people that are going to use AI will outpace the people that are not going to use AI. And I hope that there will be a day, this is a personal hope of mine, where this has actually become part of the literacy of people. So how to use AI and actually be versed in AI. So
I imagine you're talking to a very captive audience here, but I think it's extremely good advice. Make sure you learn how to use AI to stay on top of the game and therefore, secure your future.
Absolutely.
In what is a kind of a changing and very kind of different future that we can't imagine, as you were saying, with quantum computing. So, which brings me to, I've got two final questions really, and they're very closely linked. The first one would be, what do you think people here should know? What would you like to share with them as we embark on 2025?
Right. So, when you want to go and trying to understand AI, etc., you need to understand a few important things in AI, or at least when you want to implement the strategy of AI. So the first one is, we always believe in open source and open AI. What that means is, more eyes on the code is going to be better, more minds of the solution, more hands on it. So that's the first thing that we urge people to do. We urge people to also make sure that they think in a hybrid manner when it comes to AI. The old mantra of having one huge black box of a model that you don't know what's happening, this is changing. So you're going to have much more efficient, smaller models. And this is an IBM, what we've done, by the way, with our Granite suite, is smaller models that are optimized to do certain things, for example, code generation or HR, etc. And the third one is, as you do that, make sure that you're constantly across the journey. Is this trustworthy? Am I creating something that I can explain? Am I able to predict what it's going to say? This is very important.
That's really important. Asking yourselves those questions like, is this trustworthy?
Absolutely.
As you kind of embark on anything new. Now, finally, I've asked a lot of people this. If you had to pinpoint one thing, one key prediction for 2025, what is it?
Key prediction. I think in 2025, you're going to see people move away a lot from the foundational models, more into the actual use cases. This is what I think. And for us, for IBM, by the way, this is something, and so it's not just me, as a company, this is how we've envisioned a lot of this. If you look at the life cycle of our portfolio of AI products, when we had our watsonx.data, then we had the watsonx.ai. So data is your data, using your data where it resides. Then we put the platform itself, the builder. Then we put the governance. Then after that, it goes into, so you have all those watsonx components. Then it goes into what we call orchestrate. So this becomes a use case, as I told you. So you move away from the actual base models. and then you go into the actual assistants. So these are the agents. So I think this year is going to be within that area, the agents themselves and assistants.
Agents it is. Well, look, I've loved this conversation, and I think through everything that you've said, and it goes back to what we said at the beginning, this is really about trust.
Absolutely.
And if that cuts through all the layers of a huge company like IBM, and if you establish that trust, it basically means that you answer those issues of accountability. Your teams no longer fear what's taking place. The regulation suddenly is simplified. This kind of complicated labyrinth of regulation suddenly becomes far simpler road. And more than anything, I think it will enable and allow people to start using AI in a way that will enhance their lives and enhance everybody else's future here. So it's been a great conversation. And if there's one thing I'm going to keep is trust. Make sure it's trustworthy.
Absolutely.
Is this trustworthy?
Absolutely.
And I absolutely have loved talking to you. Thank you very much indeed
Absolutely.
for sharing all your insights.
A pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really another fascinating insight into trust and how we maintain it as we go through all these rapid advancements. Now, yesterday, if you were here, we heard some tremendous predictions from Kathy Hackle, the founder of Future Dynamics. She said that fashion is going to be one industry really set for disruption. So in our next discussion, we're going to be looking at the intersection between fashion, AI, and robotics. And, you know, we know that fashion's always been full of emotion. What you're wearing can really determine your mood, but also how you're perceived by society. But to what extent is clothing now truly becoming a kind of interactive interface? And what does the future hold as fashion merges with AI and sensors? Well, we're going to explore the world of technological couture and smart wearables now. I mean, I've got my smart wearable on. It's a watch. I can't live without it now. In fact, it's the only thing that measures how much housework I do, because there is nothing else in society, as well as, obviously, how fit you are. But it doesn't really translate into our appearance. It's normally hidden underneath garments. But what's going to be next? What will be the next fashion frontier? And how can smart wearables really interplay with our emotions? So I'm very excited to say that actually over the next 2 sessions, we're going to be honing in on smart wearables and the future of fashion. So please do give a very warm welcome to Briar Prestige, who's the founder and CEO of Prestige Group, and also Anouk Rupert, who's a fashion tech designer and engineer. So welcome to both of you.
Everybody, welcome. So fashion is no longer about fabric and aesthetics. It's about interaction, intelligence, and emotion. I've got Anouk Rupert with me today, and she's widely known for her groundbreaking work in creating garments that integrate robotics, artificial intelligence, and biometric sensors. Her designs, including the iconic spider dress, the smoke dress, and this beautiful beating heart dress that I'm wearing today, and her brainwave-controlled accessories, react, respond, and even communicate with the environment around us. To introduce myself briefly, I'm Briar Prestige, and I'm the CEO of Prestige Group, an executive branding agency. I'm a digital fashion designer for avatars, and I've got a futuristic shopping mall on Roblox in the metaverse. I'm also curious about the intersection of connectivity and efficiency. And I recently got an RFID microchip installed in my hand with world-famous robot, Sophia. So Anouk, your work sits at the intersection of fashion and robotics. How did you first become interested in the merging of this space with emotion, technology, and fashion in one experience? And what does your day-to-day look like as a technology fashion designer?
I started myself when I was 14 years old, and I started with fashion. And for me, fashion was about expression. It's about how we can express ourselves, communicate something to our world, sort of, you know. It's different than garments and clothing we wear for comfort, for shelter, but fashion really has specific the notion to kind of interact with the world around us. And I thought that was really, really fascinating. When I was young, I was also really fascinated by robots and robotics. So for me, the robots were something that I might want to integrate in garments, make it come alive and all. So I started to combine the two of them. And that is what I've been doing for the last 22 years. So I have all kinds of different dresses that I'm hoping to show you today. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. Your second question is, what do you do as a fashion tech designer?
Yeah,
Sometimes,
what does your day-to-day look like?
Yeah, so I'm an engineer, so I studied fashion design, interaction design, machine learning, and robotics. So sometimes I step out of bed and I start an engineering project. Sometimes I'm behind a sewing machine. Sometimes I'm coding. So it's a really, really cool world in where you can do so many things, you know. And your day is never boring. It's also always something super exciting.
I'm sure, and honestly, I'm so excited for you all to see these beautiful dresses she's got and just how they really do interact with our bodies in the environment. So traditional fashion is often static, but your designs are very reactive and they move. I just think of that spider dress that kind of comes at you when you get too close to it. How do you approach designing of the garments? How do you come up with the ideas so that they can feel and react to the wearer's emotions?
Yeah, of course. I took some slides sort of on the screen. So if we can pull up the spider dress, and I want to show you. So this is a dress that works with ultrasonic rangefinders. So it measures up to 25 feet, and you can see the sensors in the black parts. And when people come into the personal space, this dress is attacking, and I'm going to try to show you. So it sees whenever somebody gets in these spaces, and it reacts accordingly, which you can see here. So there's robotics on the shoulders, and it's basically protecting the wearer. So it sees when somebody's in the personal space, and it's reacting. And this is one of my more intelligent designs. It runs on machine learning. It doesn't just claw out. It has something programmed in there, which I call 12 states of behavior. So depending on how you interact with this dress, it's reacting differently. So if you walk up really fast, really close by, it's reacting differently than than when you walk up slower, sort of. So these things you need to take in consideration, and that is part of interaction design. So like if and when you put technology on the body, what does it do? How does it interact with the world around you, sort of?
So what's been the biggest technical challenge you've been faced with when designing these gorgeous dresses?
Well, there's a lot of technology, and it needs to be in a really elegant way on the body, sort of, you know. And as I mentioned, I've been doing this for over 20 years. As you all know here, 20 years ago, computer boards were not as small. They were like really, really big. They needed a lot of power. And I have here just an Arduino in my hand, which is a really cool board if you want to start with things. Sort of, we're going to talk about this later. But technology became really, really small. So some of my dresses in the beginning of 2000, they look nice from the front, but on the back there was this really, really big computer running, right? And that is not something that you want. So definitely minimizing and making the technology and the electronics smaller so it can be embedded on the body. That's always the challenge, but that's also the really cool engineering riddle that you can solve in a way.
So I'm obviously wearing your beautiful beating heart dress, and so this is going to interact with my body, right? We're going to try this out, and you guys are going to see my heart beating in real time.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, I have, and actually I'm going to pull up the heartbeat dress for this. So not a screen dress, but a next dress. And I just first want to show you, some of the process of this. Because, or do you wanna talk about this one first? BCI. So yeah, we have this one now. I'm gonna tell about it. So another part of the problems that I already told you about was integrating technology on the body and making it small enough. This is another dress. It's the screen dress. We showed it a few days ago. And this dress is connected to a BCI. And I know you, Bayer, has also done a lot of research, and you worked with a lot of BCI technologies and companies. So BCI is brain-computer interfaces. So this dress is connected to brain signals. And it basically needs a little bit of an, sort of a training phase, and then these eyes go on. And these eyes are reacting based on your stress level. So there's an BCI, and it has 4 channels, which you can see here, the Unicorn BI. It's a new version. This is a prototype, but it's working on this dress. And the more stress, the more workload is being detected, the bigger these pupils are getting. So you can see how stressed the person is by looking at this dress and see how big these pupils are getting. So yeah, those are just really fun things that you can do, sort of, that you can, instead of just wearing an ordinary dress, why not make it electronic, and why not make it, sort of mechatronic and cool, right?
The work that you've been doing in the BCI space as well with people who have ADHD, perhaps you could touch a bit on that as well with the headset.
Yeah. Because this dress is based on focus, so the focus state, there's another project of mine called Asian Unicorn, which I do not have here, but it's a project for children that have ADHD, and it has a little unicorn horn with a little camera, and it measures the focus state of these children, and when the focus goes high, it starts recording anything around them. So you can do a lot of quite interesting things in regards to BCIs, and that research I'm doing with the company G-Tech. They are a company based in Austria. And yeah, there's so much interesting things that you can do. And of course, you've also been looking into research in BCIs that are more embedded. This is non-invasive technologies that I work on. Invasive technologies would be more the ones that have implants. You've been covering Neuralink, for example,
I have.
a lot. Yeah.
Yes. So I recently traveled to Arizona, where I interviewed the world's first recipient of the Neuralink, Nolan Arba, and he's paralyzed from his shoulders down. And it was fascinating watching him play chess and moving the computer chess pieces by using only his mind. And I honestly do believe that in the future, we are all going to voluntarily sign up for a brain-computer interface, because the way that we interact with our world at the moment, with our iPhones and our computer, we're massively slow. And I do believe that we will see this integration with augmented reality.
Yeah, correct. And yeah, they connect through Bluetooth. Again, technology is now so small that it's really, really fun to work with. But yeah, we were talking about the heartbeat dress. So I'm going to ask if the heartbeat dress can come on the screen so I can explain it. And then we're going to do a little demo of showing Briar her own heartbeat.
I hope my heart is beating today, I must say.
Yeah, so this is the heartbeat dress. Briar is wearing it. There's also the original version here. We made another version, and we actually went into the desert yesterday and we did a photo shoot. So if you go on our social channels, you will see the outcome of that, because it's always cool to do something in the country that's representing things, sort of. So thank you so much for going with us into the desert and do the photo shoot.
Honestly, Anouk is such a clever cookie. I came and we saw each other for the first time yesterday, although we've been friends on Instagram for a very long time after being in this space. And it was just fascinating watching her whip up this dress on my body. So she's very, very talented.
Thank you so much. But yeah, this is it's a dress. It's a collaboration with Swarovski. So it's a crystal of Swarovski. It's a big jewelry company, and they asked me to do something with them. And I told them, I want to make your crystal smart. So do something around that. So here you see a little bit of process movie. There's a few dresses, a full dress. There's the colors, and you can also wear it just as a standalone kind of jewelry piece. And the cool thing about this one is that it's really, really small, the electronics that are behind here on this crystal. And that's definitely a challenge to make it sort of as small. So again, we were talking about the implications of this work. Sometimes you need to make it really, really small in order to make it fit on the body. But that's also I think the really fun part about that almost. So that is this dress. And Raya is wearing it herself, so I'm going to give you a mirror and I'm going to show you your own heartbeat.
Oh my gosh.
So this dress started to exist because a lot of my clients are asking me, Anouk, I want to create something with you that is running on emotions because I think it's a really nice thing. And I need to tell my client, it is a nice thing. It sounds very poetic to see your own heartbeat or to see your own brain signals, but it's also a very, very scary thing as well. And sometimes to prove this out, I'm making dresses. So this dress is based on that. Again, you think in heartbeat, you think the heart, it's like pulsing and all of that stuff. But yeah, we are on stage here. And although we look super, super cool, our heartbeat might be racing, right? So we're going to see what your heartbeat is doing at the moment.
Do we have any doctors in the audience who can count my beats per minute?
So let me see. And there we go.
I'm alive.
Yeah. Yeah, so as you can see, what do we have? We do have a little bit of a latency, a refresh rate. But yeah, so this is her heartbeat at the moment. And you can imagine then when you are in a situation and with another person and they can see what your heartbeat is doing while you're trying to keep it cool, right? What does that? And these things we are researching with doing this work. If and when you put technology on the body, what does it do? And you cannot really find out before you really prototype it, before you really test it out and test it out in different cultures, in different locations. And that is a big part of what you're looking at from the interaction design space here. And your heartbeat is actually pretty okay.
Pretty sound. Yeah. Imagine if I walked up to a crush I had, my heartbeat would absolutely give me away.
Yeah. So so thank you so much for doing that.
So many young designers are eager to explore how they can create wearables like this, but they just don't know where to start. What would your advice be for these young, up-and-coming technology fashion designers?
There's all different ways that you can get into coding, into programming. You do not need to learn C++. You can start with, again, I'm holding here an Arduino. It's a derivative of C++. It has its own language. You can use Raspberry Pis. Get into Python. There's always all kinds of ways that you can start, but start simple. Do not think that you can start with like really complex things. Just tell yourself, I want to make today an LED blink. I want to make a motor move. And you will see through yourself, through going through this, that you can, by minimizing your steps, that you can actually get more success there, sort of, you know. Some of my dresses are also on websites like Instructables and Hexter.io. So I actually open source a lot of my designs. So you can find them and you can also build them yourself. I have kitty ears, electronic kitty ears online, which I do a lot of like workshops with children. And children are very eager and they love to work and explore and work with all of that stuff, sort of, you know. So you can find also some of my designs on websites that are there of people that open source their stuff. And that's a really, really cool way to learn because you're rebuilding a project of somebody else and that can inspire you. Like, oh, this is how that works. I have ideas of my own and I'm gonna start to work them out. So open source is really, really important in any kind of sort of development and creator community, I find. And that doesn't mean that you need to open source your whole code base or your whole company. It's like, what do you have in the back of your, it can be a 3D model or a piece of code that you're maybe not using, that can be a help of somebody else. Put it online and see how it makes other people happy. So my advice would always be, if you're getting into this, make cool stuff yourself, but also share it with other people through open source or through getting other people in that as well.
You once told a magazine that you envisioned in the future that perhaps everybody will be wearing amazing interactive wearables like this. Where do you see the future of fashion tech going? I know you've had some challenges with some hardwares, things like batteries and things like this. Mm-hmm. How do you see the industry evolving as technology evolves as well?
Yeah. What makes me really excited about this field is that for me, technology came into our world to kind of help us and solve a problem. But currently, it stresses us out a lot. Like our our sort of our mobile phones, our tablets, our computers. And for me, one of the reasons is because it cannot sense how stressed we are. It cannot see our agenda, sort of, you know. So that is one of the reasons that I really love to create these things. Like, what happens if it seeps into garments, into fabrics? And what different ways can we create? What kind of different symbiotic relationships can we create with the technology and the electronics around us? And that is one of the big things that drives me.
I think there's a lot of really interesting things that are going to happen in the future of fashion. We might have these augmented reality overlays that I discussed before, perhaps by BCIs or by glasses, for instance. And I could be standing here and you could all see me through your glasses or BCI, and my dress could be changing color like 3 times a minute, or perhaps I have cool shoes that change as I walk. What would the impact be in this space for sustainability, perhaps?
Yeah, well, the notion of like fashion being non-verbal, it's kind of already there. What I really like about this field is currently fashion is there to consume. It's a very capitalistic and consumerism kind of thing. What the fashion industry is doing, it pushes something up, say like this is really cool, everybody buys into it and they take it away. They say this is not cool anymore, but there's something else really cool. And we buy and we buy and we buy. But the cool thing about making a smart jacket or something is you buy it once and it's living with you, like almost your leather jackets that you would be really sad with when you would lose it, sort of, you know. So I love it that fashion tech can create lesser wardrobe, so a smaller wardrobe, but more intelligent pieces that actually can move with you through your world and help you as well. So we might actually be able to create less waste and create also a more sustainable future in regards to fashion.
Well, I must say, I feel absolutely fantastic wearing this dress. I don't know how I'm going to put on boring jeans tomorrow and walk around. And in the digital fashion space, so I've been designing fashion for avatars. And the interesting thing about the kids, or Generation Z and Generation Alpha in the metaverse, is they say that customizing their avatar is actually more important than the clothes they wear in real life. Over 53% of people say this. How do you envision in the future the younger generation and the fashion evolving? Have you done I know you do a lot of work with youngsters, with universities. Like, what kind of things are they telling you about the clothes they like to wear?
Yeah, I think us also, but also young people don't want you to say, they don't want to know, like, have somebody say what they should wear. They want to imagine it themselves and also create it themselves. And like the fact that we created a custom silhouette for you is like really like a really nice way of like, oh, okay, I'm going to a party, I want to create my own thing. So you will have more and more people that want to customize but also create their own things, sort of, you know, what you also see in that world. So that's the cool thing about that.
Well, thank you so much. Who loved the beating heart dress? You guys thought this was amazing? Isn't it just? Yeah. Anouk is incredibly talented. Follow her on Instagram, okay? She has lots of her beautiful designs there. So watch this space.
Thank you so much. And I want to, thank you. I also want to thank Leap for bringing us together, because it was a dream for us to meet. And we met during Leap, and we have so many ideas of collaborating. And thank you so much for joining me the last few days.
Next time you see us, we would have dressed a robot. That's our goal. Cool. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Really fascinating stuff. Thank you, Anouk. It was amazing. I just want to have a quick chat with Bra. Just what it's like. Tell me how you feel wearing that dress.
Can I have the microphone? Oh. I honestly feel amazing. As I said, I don't know how I'm going to just put on boring clothes tomorrow. You know, if I could walk around and wear a dress like this all the time, I think I would. Because like the younger generations that I was mentioning earlier, I've been talking to them, and so many of them are telling me that how they dress in the metaverse, they wish they had confidence to dress like that in real life. And I think it's a really interesting intersection of self-expression. You know, we all love expressing ourselves through our fashion, and I think through this beautiful heart-beating dress, I'm able to do so.
It's really interesting you talk about Gen A. Yesterday we were talking about what the future will hold when Gen B is in the hot seat.
Oh, yeah.
And certainly what you're seeing even more so is that the virtual world is becoming such a reality, and that there is much more incentive, as you say, to spend more money on a wardrobe in the virtual world rather than in the physical world, and certainly spend money in the virtual world as well. And now you say that you are creating dresses for avatars online. To what extent do you think we will then see fashion created online in the digital space spilling back out onto the catwalk? So you're already seeing that happen.
Absolutely. So amazing question. So what we're presently seeing is a lot of real life fashion labels move into platforms such as Roblox and Decentraland with their fashion. But I honestly do believe, like what you say, that in the future we're going to have a digital first fashion label born on a metaverse platform that people start to wear in real life. Like these younger generations, these kids, like they love how they can customize their Roblox avatar. They love how in the metaverse you're not constrained by the world, by the rules of physics, like you can show up with purple skin or a dress made of fire, like anything goes in the metaverse.
Oh yeah, I mean on Fortnite the skins available are something to be believed, and my 15-year-old son loves dressing up as a woman in Fortnite all the time, and I say why? Because well, the outfits are so sleek, so aerodynamic, and it's just incredible that you've got armies of 15-year-old boys opting for female skins on a regular basis because of the aerodynamic fighting ability.
Absolutely. So sometimes when people try and tell me that the metaverse is dead, I say it's not dead yet, it's just not here yet. And Fortnite is a very popular game, and on Roblox there are 73 million daily users. So we can't deny that one day these kids are going to be older, and buying NFTs and socializing for them on these platforms is just incredibly normal. How is our world going to change? These kids aren't on social media.
And soon, because we have another model wearing another highly technological orientated dress, there's going to be a lot more competition in the space that you're working in, isn't there?
Yeah, well, it's just amazing to see how so many brands such as Gucci and Nike have brought their fashion onto these platforms, and just to see how they're even collecting data and use the data of these younger generations so that they know what they want to design in real life as well.
Do you think that we are going to see the next generation of fashion designers born in Roblox?
I absolutely think so. Like the partners that we've been working with, Boltable, on my fashion label Altair, like all of these people were saying that they just wish they had the confidence in real life to dress like their avatar. So something a little bit more unique. So I really do think that we are going to see that digital first fashion label born, and that people are going to start to walk around with a bit more sort of futuristic style fashion. We've already seen how fashion has evolved over the years as well. It's certainly a lot more expressive. We see a lot more sort of out there designs as far as I'm concerned. Like I remember back in the day we all used to just wear black and all look sort of fairly similar, whereas I think now we're all a little bit more enthusiastic to express ourselves, and I think self-expression is a very important part of being human.
But you talk about the online and the virtual world, and then you have robotics, which really are in the physical world. The spider dress, you might have heard me. I said, oh my goodness, it was incredible when you saw it spring out. I mean, that's like almost like a dress of self-defense.
That's exactly what it is. When I was talking to Anouk about it, she was telling me that in America, the spider dress kind of keeps its hands to itself, so to speak. But when she's in Amsterdam, for instance, some people like to come a little bit closer, and the spider dress is like, ooh, ooh, and really make sure that it gives you that kind of bubble in that space around you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. It's been absolutely fascinating.
You.
We could talk all day. I'd really like you to give Brian a warm round of applause, and thank you very much for all your insights. Thank you.
Thank you.
So as you can see, we have another demonstration, another high-tech fashion demonstration set up. And this is all about Primrose. And so we have here model Maddie wearing the Primrose dress, but also TJ Rhodes, who's a senior research scientist and engineer at Adobe. So, I mean, I'm going to ask you, TJ, first of all, what is Primrose? Tell me all about it, because it's making waves here in the kingdom.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us. So Primrose is a new platform that enables us to sustainably bring digital creativity into the physical world. I can show you an example of what we're talking about. So Adobe is known for making the best-in-class tools to create and manage content, but right now this is showing how we reimagine how people will consume content in the future. You see, in the future, we believe that all surfaces will become dynamic experiences, but the emissive technology that everyone relies on now is not sustainable to reach this vision. So Primrose is offering a new approach to sustainably consume creative content in the physical world at scale.
So we have the same type of fabric here on the dress as we have here on this building. Can you explain just how it can be used and essentially what it does?
Yes, so you can imagine that the storefronts in Boulevard City or at Via Riyadh, if they could respond to your presence, or if you could restyle your clothing in an instant. Maddie will demonstrate what that looks like. Or everyday objects around us, if you interact with them, they could respond to your touch and your movements. So you can see the bag here goes from being white, and as I spin, it goes to being the all mirror state.
How exactly does that technology work then?
Yeah, so we have sensors embedded inside that keep track of the position. We have the same kind of sensors inside of the dress, but right now it's just playing through an animation. And what we're trying to show with all of these examples is it's not just a new display technology. It's really a creative canvas for endless possibilities.
Where do you get the inspiration from? I mean, it looks as though there's a kind of fish scales element to this. Do you seek inspiration from nature?
We do. The first embodiment that we actually ever built was the dress here. And the idea was, how could we create a display technology that doesn't look like a display technology? You know, like most displays behind us are flat. We chose the body as the first canvas to try to cover because it's curved in multiple directions at once. And, you know, the real thought was current traditional display technology consumes a massive amount of energy, and it produces lots of heat and light pollution. So the idea with Primrose is, how can we make a display that still feels in touch with its environment without changing? For example, I'm thirsty, so I can take a sip of this water, but then the display could also be thirsty and have a sip of water as well.
So what other applications could this be used for?
That's a great question. So PDLC could be used for flooring, could be used for ceilings, could be used for digital signage, could be used for wearables on cars, and tons of different applications. Basically, places where you can't put LED technology because it consumes too much power, you can put Primrose display technology.
And how is it able to be sustainable?
Yeah, so I can actually show you how it works. So a normal display technology, like the panels behind us, they consume maybe up to 1 kilowatt. Per hour, where Primrose 1 square meter only uses about 5 watts for an entire meter. And what it is it's a smart glass, essentially, polymer dispersed liquid crystal, where we actually laser cut them down to smaller sizes, and then we can cover any type of surface. The way it works is, normally this surface looks like this, but when you apply an electric field, it becomes transparent and you can see through it. And if you put a mirror behind that, you can see these two different states from white to silver. So once we created the pixel, then we realized we can cut it down to size, and that creates the petal. And that's how we create all the embodiments you see here.
And when you're talking about that it's effectively made of glass, I mean, how safe is it to wear?
Maddie, how safe is it to wear? You can see it's pretty lightweight. It's only using about 30 volts maximum. On this one, we're only using 20 volts, which is pretty safe to the touch. And it's not using a drive current, so that's what really would generate the heat and require the big battery pack that makes it heavy. In the dress, it has the computer inside. The battery pack is about the size of an AirPods case. And yeah, you can see it's wearable.
Now, we mentioned on the last panel, Brian Anouk, the whole hope that perhaps you would buy just one dress and maybe change its appearance by using different programs to make it look completely different. Is that possible with this dress?
That absolutely is possible with this dress. And that's the idea with the dress and the canvas and all that we have here. We want you to be able to design a garment once and then be able to restyle it on command. So it doesn't have to be static and stay the way that it looks, but not work how LEDs work, where you're creating light pollution to create that effect.
Yeah, but there is this real concern that sometimes, why are we doing this? What kind of need does it fulfill in society?
That's a great question. So this project didn't start with a need. We've kind of found the need after the fact. We realized there is a demand and a need for it. But the original inspiration was Primrose was the result of a design fiction exercise. So that's where you imagine a future, and then you create the technology that you think would exist in that future later on. So we believe that in the future, all surfaces are going to turn into dynamic experiences, but we know that LED displays probably isn't the way to do that because it's just so power hungry and creates all the heat. So then we thought, let's come up with a new display technology that would work in that sense, and that's what you see here.
So what is the next frontier, TJ? What else? What do you think this technology could inspire you to do in the future?
Yes, so we realized with emissive technologies like the Sphere in Las Vegas or the building in Digital City here in Riyadh, they have these beautiful LED lights, but you really can only see them at night. What about all the advertising opportunity during the day? So for inspiration, we saw in New Maraba, they're building a building called the Macabre, this massive grand mega project. And on the building, you can see it has these triangular patterns like this. And we envision that entire building could actually be animated. Similar to how you have music in a department store to set the mood for a space, what if the building had its own playlist where you could set the mood for that entire area to indicate what's going on, what time of day it is, anything like that. We also see Primrose being used for signage applications where you could have smart displays embedded in the ground or all around the city without creating massive light pollution where everyone is to say, you know, the train is this way or this is the type of transportation you could use.
So what strikes me is when you go to really big events around the world, for this one, for example, and Davos, for example, at those events, conference centres and shop fronts are transformed, and there can be a lot of waste. Could this be a game changer for that? So you could have a shell, but effectively change the feeling of that space through this technology.
Exactly. You can change the feeling of the space while consciously knowing this technology is using 200 times less power than traditional technology. Another great thing about Primrose is how well it blends into its environment. So you could imagine out in Al Ola or in Tema, where you have these beautiful historic landmarks and sites. You can't bring a bunch of LED displays there. It just doesn't fit the historic aesthetic. But Primrose seamlessly blends in the environment. You could have signage that says, hey, there's going to be horse races in Al Ola later today. Like this, without it being garish or taking away from the feeling of where you are.
So you're really inspired by the rolling out of Primrose here in the Kingdom, yes?
Absolutely. We very much align with the vision of 2030 here in the Kingdom. And Adobe is all about changing the world through personalized digital experiences, and we're expanding on that mission by moving beyond screens in our pockets and at our computers into physical spaces.
Fantastic. So Maddie, how does it feel wearing that dress? And where would you think you would wear it? On the red carpet, Maddie's saying, in a nightclub perhaps? Perhaps one day. And also, you were telling me earlier that you actually think that the bag is super useful, and perhaps that would be even more kind of user-friendly. So there we are. If you want to take the bag as well, Maddie, we can show its full effect.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
So right now we're looking for collaborators, so anyone that aligns with this vision and wants to bring it to market or see it into the real world. If you're interested in that, please feel free to reach out to us at primrose@adobe.com, or you can scan the QR code on the screen, and that'll take you there.
That's amazing. Well, thank you so much. Please do give them a warm round of applause. It's amazing to see the latest designs in action. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. So, you're in for another treat, but we have another demonstration. Now, on day one of DeepFest, I had the privilege of speaking to Mark Rayberg, the founder of Boston Dynamics, and really talked about his vision for the future and just how far the company has come. And you may have had the opportunity to go across the way to the hall to see some of their creations really in reality, the robotic robotic dogs are something to behold. Well, Boston Dynamics have collaborated with CNTXT, a Saudi-based company, and they've really put together some revolutionary solutions. And here to tell us more about them and this collaboration is Hussam Zahrani, who's the robotics engineer at the company, and Zaid Tufaha, who's the robotics and digital rewind manager. So please do welcome both of them from CNTXT.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. So it was amazing 4 days. And I can tell you, really, it started with the very electrifying opening ceremony we had in day number 1. Moving to the showcases, we're having through these 4 days, moving from hall to hall. Leap was literally an energy in topics like generative AI, LLM, and the topic of conversational computing. So moving from the first hall in each one up to the last one here, you cannot help it. You cannot really miss it. You have that cutting-edge demos about generative AI. Cutting-edge solutions, talking about solutioning when it comes to Gen AI and LLMs and what so have you. And why not? This is what we are expecting from such technology, to enable us to interact with technology in a very natural human way. Don't you agree? So this is Zaid Tufaha. I'm the leading innovation and technology in robotics in Context, and I have with me
Hussam Zahrani, Context in-house robotics engineer, and we're waiting for our friendly neighborhood industrial robot, Spot, coming to the stage.
So, imagine with me. So, it's about AI, truly. It's a big topic of this event. Agentic AI, another topic. But how about if you can take this AI and take the artificial intelligence and take it in a more of physical intelligence? How about taking the AI and put it in, give it a body where really it can interact with the world in a more tangible way? This is what we are promising. Robotics promise all of this. Having the ability for robotics to be able to go to places where a human cannot go, to do work that deemed dangerous or difficult. Even better, to do the most repetitive tasks, dull, dirty tasks, and to free the human potential to be more in creativity and devoir. So, what me and my friend here today, we will guide you through these possibilities. And how, and actually, as of today, we are expecting very soon, in the near future, that robotics will be among us, okay, to help us in the work, not to replace us, but just simply to augment our abilities to do more. These robots have certain capabilities that can take it to extent never before. It's agility, ability to go through terrains, ability to process data, collect data, with their capability to censor information based on the use case. We have implemented such use cases were deemed necessary for no human interaction. And I have my colleague Hussam here to show some of the use cases in the industry where really it proved value. Hussam, take it.
Well, me and Spot, we became friends along the last couple of years. We've been in so many road trips to so many locations in so many different fields and segments of industry, in the oil and gas field, in the utility, government, you name it. Even recently, we've been to a nuclear plant, which I never really expected to be in one of them in my life. I mean, and we as contest, I mean, we promote Spot not merely as a robot, but as an embodiment of AI, a data collection machine, an industrial inspection tool. Industrial inspection is the main focus of it, for us at least in context, depending on the client needs and demands. The robot as a platform, as you can see, the yellow part is the robot. Whatever on top is a payload, is an attachment, is an additional part. Depending on the client need, we will attach a different payload. In the oil and gas, they might find thermal imaging useful. In other field like government and security, they might prefer an X-ray handheld tool that can be integrated directly into the system. Boston Dynamics have done an impressive job providing an SDK, an API that's open, that gives every developer full capability to integrate whatever system as a back end, or a hardware as a front end, or as a data collection tool, as a transducer, whatever. As you can see here, this is basically an NVIDIA module, Jetson, which is publicly available, and you can develop it even standalone without the robot. If you can deploy any kind of software on NVIDIA, you can deploy it directly on Spot. And it provides all kind of ports, and like a USB, a serial port. So whatever your operators and maintenance are using nowadays as a handheld device, this can be easily integrated into the robot. What other use cases we have? Saad?
So the use cases actually depend on your imagination. Wherever you want AI to go down to real interaction with the world, you can program it and apply it to the robot, and the robot can do it on behalf of you. Use cases, as mentioned by Hussam, could be in the industrial realm. It could be in the safety, HSE environment. Also, it could be simply just data collection. You just can go and send the robot for green fields to go and do some data collection where you could not do it. And have these, as I mentioned, these repetitive tasks done through the robot. So the sky is the limit for me when it comes to robots. Again, just think of this HI, which I believe is the human intelligence, plus AI, plus robots. Context, our company, Saudi-based company that was formed in 2022 as a joint venture between Saudi Aramco and Cognite, offered the variety of products that make this a reality. From the cloud, we are the exclusive reseller of a cloud, GCP in the kingdom, and with the solutions we have in place that can really help to get the data and process it for up to the decision makers to make a decision. In addition, we have these robots in place. As of today, we already help many organizations deliver on their challenges, to help them to overcome challenges, or deliver to help them meet their objectives. There is a lot to know about context, but as a closing remark, I really want you to envision that AI not simply communicating with a computer. It's not simply chatting with a computer to send information, get results. It's actually more than this. Take it to the ground, to the real world interaction. So please, let's envision together, and I welcome you all to visit our booth in Hall H21 F10 booth, Context, and to learn more through my friend here, Hussam, and myself.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Visit us at the booth, you'll find me. I love to talk to each and every one of you.
Shukran, shukran.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I think I just want to pause and just look, like you all do. Absolutely incredible. I've never seen such a well-behaved dog, and you don't even have to give it any treats. So thank you so much for that presentation. It is great to see that collaboration in action and understand all the real life use cases for this incredible piece of robotics technology, and think of all the future uses to come. So we're going to move on now and examine how we can build research ecosystems which also have the wow factor when it comes to an impact across industry and economies. We certainly all want to harness the potential AI has to offer, but what examples can we follow? So in the next panel, we're going to share some best practices on establishing labs and ecosystems that really do drive innovation, foster communities, and create really meaningful and industrial impact in data and artificial intelligence. I am hoping our robotic dog might move away from the ramp so that we can get our next panelists on stage. I know a human is in full remote control at the moment, so I'm sure our friend will move away shortly. Isabel Kumar, you've met her many times here at the conference. Yes, off it goes. Goodbye, and thank you. Isabel is going to be moderating this panel. And just do remember that everybody here will be keen to answer questions outside the conference theatre. We don't have time to take questions actually from the floor, but do take the time to follow up with the speakers because they have so much extra insight to share. And of course, as we heard from our last speakers, they really want you to go and visit them in Hall 6 as well to continue the conversation how Boston Dynamics collaboration can help you and your organization. But without further ado, let me please introduce again Isabel Kumar and her panel. Welcome.
So, full disclosure, we do not have a dog. I do not have a spider dress, and I feel a little bit left out. But what I do have are the amazing people that are enabling incredible creations to go from lab to our lives. And AI and data science are moving incredibly fast, as we all know. But turning breakthrough research into real-world impact isn't always easy. It's a whole other world. So how do we build research ecosystems that spark innovation, foster collaboration, and actually really do make an impact and make a difference? Well, we're going to hear from experts who've done just that, taking cutting-edge ideas from the lab and turning them into technologies at scale. So a very warm welcome to you all. Now, what I thought would be nice, just to change things around, is to get you to explain who you are through a question I'm going to ask you. So, Shahid, you're a serial entrepreneur, renowned for transforming startups from concept to large-scale products. Now, I don't suppose you've got a spider dress in your cupboard, but can you tell us a little bit more about what you do and what makes you tick?
Amazing. So firstly, thanks for having me here. My background is I've done a number of venture-backed companies based on academic work at labs in Boston, Massachusetts, predominantly at MIT. Essentially, I've spent the last sort of 15 years looking at breakthrough innovation and mapping out how do you find ways to take those aha moments in the labs to creating commercially successful ventures. And I've done that at the intersection of healthcare, medtech, consumer, where there is some element of hardware, applied science, and applied AI. And there is certainly sort of certain characteristics that one looks for at some of these technologies and ideas. I think one of the fundamental things that an ecosystem like Boston and Cambridge, Massachusetts is really, really good at is the initial research and breakthrough innovation. But like any other ecosystem, translating those ideas into commercial ventures requires a multi-stakeholder and a very thoughtful ecosystem that's engaged early in the life cycle of these ideas, very much in the labs, and then connecting those ideas to the ecosystem in a way that allows the translation of that work. So that's sort of like the swim lane that I've existed in. And yeah, let me just stop there and happy to
Because
take...
we've got a lot more questions to come. But that's really interesting, hearing how the magic happens after that aha moment. Now, I think there's a bit of a magical side to what's happened to you, Emily, because I think when you're 18, you're sitting, as we all do, chatting to our taxi driver, but as opposed to like talking about, well, you know, spot the dog or whatever, you're talking about your aspirations and what you wanted to do. That dream's come true. So what was that dream, and what dream are you living today?
Yeah, so I was going home from college for the holidays, and I had just decided to major in chemistry. And the taxi driver and I got into a conversation about kind of the mess that had been made with chemistry in the world in terms of pollution and disease. And I was describing to him that I wanted to spend my time in the chemistry field figuring out how to build cleaner and safer technologies, that I felt like we had a responsibility from what we had learned, from the things that we had done wrong and the things we'd done right, to really build better technologies. And I got really lucky in that I'm now at the Wyss Institute, which is a nonprofit that operates in the Harvard ecosystem, and I'm building a Sustainable Futures initiative. And in that context, I've sort of realized that we need more than just chemistry. So we're incorporating synthetic biology, AI, and green chemistry to really build sustainable technologies.
Amazing. So we need more than chemistry. The aha moment is enough. There needs to be a lot more that's going to be grown into that ecosystem, which is where I'm bringing you, Ala, in. Now, you've got one of the best job titles that I've had on stage so far. You are Master Inventor at IBM. Now that sounds like something out of a film, but what does a Master Inventor do?
All right, let me tell you about it. So a Master Inventor is obviously someone who has a few patents, so he knows what he's doing, right? It's about invention and patents. But really, to earn the title, you have to be doing give-back activities around the patenting process, like mentoring, for example, junior inventors, like participating in reviewing inventions and evaluating them and things like that. So, but let me tell you about my day job at IBM, right? Because actually, I'm part of a team that's building really the software for running generative AI models. So obviously, at IBM, we are very interested in generative AI and large language models and foundational models, and we're doing a lot of these, but then there is a whole platform on which you run these models, you build them, you train them, you deploy them. So part of the team who's working on building this, hybrid cloud platform for AI, and we're doing it all in open source.
Amazing. But, when you do any aspect of your work, there is always an element of risk, because the world is quite risk averse. So when it comes to investing in AI solutions and scaling them from lab to industry adoption, Emily, how annoying is this element of risk? How frustrating is that, and how is it frustrating your ambitions?
Yeah, so I don't know that I would necessarily say I'm frustrated. I would say that at the Wyss, we've really recognized that one of the most effective things we can do is we're pairing our AI technologies with sort of targeted biological or medical outcomes. So, for example, we have a company called Manifold Bio that just spun out a little while ago, and they built this incredible platform of AI designed for proteins, and then they have this high throughput system around barcoding for the proteins, so they can really iterate very quickly. But then they're using that technology to develop a brain shuttling system, and then from that, they are building a pipeline of medicines to treat neurological disorders. So I think it's not frustrating to me, because I think that a lot of the AI is being built as sort of basic research tools. At least that's the way we're treating it at the Wyss.
Okay, yeah.
If I may, so actually, one of the things that we do embrace a lot in early stage is risk, right? So it's not so much that risk is frustrating, but I think risk is another way to perhaps frame the question would be, what are the different ways that one can fail while you're trying to solve something really, really complex and really meaningful, but do that in the lab when the risk profile is still relatively low. Once you commercialize and you've raised venture dollars, your risk profile changes as a venture, as a technology. And so actually, academic labs are a really great place to think big, to fail, to learn from failure, and then find ways to, when you do find those aha moments, find ways to take those technologies and collaborations out of the lab for real world impact. And actually, that's essentially one of the roles that I've had prior to starting C10 Labs, which is an AI fund and a venture studio where we incubate and create companies, was as an entrepreneur in residence at Harvard, where I was working with all the physical sciences and engineering labs and helping faculty, postdocs, researchers, students think about this, crossing the chasm from fundamental research to a paper in Nature to then translating it into a product and service that is venture backable and then eventually scale and impact, right?
And I like the fact that you kind of corrected me and you said, no, risk is part of our story and we embrace
100%.
that risk. So yeah.
Pardon me for using an Arabic word here. I mean, our Arabic audience will understand this, but we say no risk, meaning if you don't take risk, you will not earn anything, right? So but the thing is to fail fast, really, because being in research, taking risks is part of doing our work, and failure is also part of doing our work. But the key thing is to fail fast, learn, and move on to the next experiment.
Okay, so no risk, no result, if I heard correctly. But so then Emily, you're going to have to embrace that as well at the Wyss Institute. So how are you kind of balancing long-term scientific exploration with the need to, I suppose, demonstrate commercial viability? Because that's an important balance, and you've got to be able to kind of get to that end product, as you were just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what makes the Wyss Institute unique, is that we provide that space for testing out your commercial viability. So we do have some basic research that's going on, but a lot of that is coming from the home labs of the faculty, and then as they come into the Wyss, they're vetting their technology. So we have on-site business development teams, we have an ATT staff, which is an advanced technology team staff. They're seasoned industry professionals who really get in the trenches with the researchers to say, these are the questions that you need to be thinking about, this is what's going to make this practical. And then our pipeline really leads them to sort of the end of the, what does your deck look like? What are the questions that venture capital is going to ask you? And do you have those answers?
What are those questions?
Things like scale, things like manufacturability, cost. People don't like to think about cost very early on. You also need to have a decent market plan. You can't just leave sort of hoping that it'll sort itself out in a few years.
Okay, Shahid. Shahid just jumps in. I might go have a cup of tea.
I think culture has a lot to do with a lot of the undertones of making sure that you have the right people in the room very early in the life cycle of an idea is absolutely mission critical. So, there are universities that have a culture where they're deeply embedded with the industry that surrounds them. And that's a really fantastic way to sort of make sure you have multiple stakeholders in the room. And so I think those are just some of the ways that you want to make sure that if you're solving for a problem, you've got all the right people very early, customers, subject matter experts, actual users of the product early in the lab with the researchers.
So is that your main method to overcome many of the challenges that you would face later on down the line?
Absolutely, and the analogy that we use the word studio a lot, and it really stems from this notion of, when you're making a movie, you have all these different sort of skills that are coming together to create a movie that has editing. You need a producer, you need actors. Similarly, when you're building a startup, you need different stakeholders in the room, and you need them day one, day zero. Not day 10, not when you've got the validation, very early in the life cycle. So having the right framework early in the life cycle of an idea really is mission critical.
Yeah, so get the right cast of actors immediately and make sure you get your casting right from 100%. The onset. So an interesting thing about IBM, and I was just talking to the regional director of IBM, is the open source philosophy at IBM. So to what extent is that really effective in terms of driving innovation? And how has that open source kind of mindset accelerated innovation and bringing in that to the end users?
Yeah, that's a very good point, very good question. So we at IBM and also in the IT community at large, open source is being embraced widely. And the thing is, you may say, you're a big company, you have the developers, you have the researchers, you have the people who can take the product to market. Why this looks like can be well integrated, well oiled, and why do you need to go this extra step to open source? It looks like it's going to take more time as opposed to accelerating, right? But no, to the contrary. Number one, when you go to a big open source community, well established, if I put 5 engineers, there are 10 other companies putting 5 engineers each. So in the end, there are 55 people working on that product or on that project, right? And that is definitely going to accelerate. But more importantly, I have the collective wisdom of these companies, of these technical leaders. So that gives me confidence in the strategic direction in which this project or this product is going. And especially that also in those open source communities, you don't have only the people who are from IT companies, those who are developing and building, but also some of the end users, some of the consuming end companies are also involved and put their engineers. So they validate the requirements and the use cases that we're going after. So really, I'm confident this is a nice strategic direction. I have all this collective engineering effort that is going to produce a more robust, more secure, better software, ready to be shrink-wrapped in a product. So definitely it accelerates our productization.
I think having examples always helps understand a situation. So do you, for example, now I'd like to focus on LLMs, generative AI, in terms of leveraging those technologies, how has that accelerated the processes at IBM? And could you maybe just pick a recent example to help highlight that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have built our platform for hybrid cloud for AI totally on open source. So from the container orchestration technology to begin with, like Kubernetes for the technical folks here, they know this huge open source community. So we built on that ecosystem our hybrid cloud platform and then continued building the software stack for training and tuning and inference for those generative AI models in a similar way using big communities such as PyTorch, for example, for building those models, right, and compiling them and so on. And this is also a very big open source community in which big players in that space and in industry and academia are contributing. So we're really getting the best of the breed, right? We're getting all the best brains to contribute, and we put that in our platform, in our products for generative AI and large language models.
And cutting through all of this, Emily, is obviously this question of collaboration, because if you don't have collaboration, things aren't going to move nearly as fast and nearly as effectively. Yeah. So what key lessons have you learned in terms of, making successful collaborations? I guess this whole idea of getting the right people in the room, but how are you going to collaborate well?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to end up echoing sort of the same message, but I think, academic labs have a part to play in the development of technology, but very early on, you need to start getting the voice of the customer into the room. And so we spend a lot of time making sure that we're interacting with industry. We interact both with venture cap groups. We actually have a collaboration with a venture cap group called Collaborative Fund, who gets really involved in our company creation in terms of thinking about what might be the best team build, what might be the best market space. And so we're really getting, I think it's talking to people very early on before you've made all of your major research decisions. So you really are getting to shape the company for the problem that you'd like to solve and also the market space that you'd like to enter.
So yeah, the selection process is absolutely key, and as you're saying, you do that extremely early on. Now, C Labs has not been around for very long, about a year, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
So, what are I guess it's probably too early to ask you about metrics for success, but I can ask you about some of the exciting projects, the collaborative AI projects you've been involved in that you're getting close to bringing to fruition. Give us one project, but also as you choose the project, make it a significant one for us to learn from.
Yeah, it's tough to pick, right? Because so what we do is over the last about 14 months now, we've seen about 30 companies, AI-first companies, go through our program where we've invested at pre-seed and seed stage. And these companies are at varying all the way from like idea to product that is now beginning to scale in the market. And there are a few very interesting things that we are seeing. One, the rate, when companies do get it right in applied AI, things move really fast. So the rate of change is really phenomenal. I think when we do see the early product market fit, some good examples would be, we have a company called Fortuna Insights working in legal tech, and they've got a very interesting product that does basically arbitration. So think of it like if there's cross-border trade happening and arbitration becomes really complex, you can then sign on to this AI platform that understands the legal frameworks of these two countries and then creates a very unbiased way to solve for complexities when they do arise. Very interesting way to sort of accelerate and remove friction. We've got companies that are doing things like regulatory approval for medical devices. Yeah. So again, very complex problems, but there's a lot of historical data from companies that have gone through things in the past and learned from that. There are companies that are building very interesting applied AI solutions for patient onboarding in any kind of setting. So accelerating, creating, standardizing, and then extracting insights and knowledge from these unique experiences. So the breadth of things is quite significant, all the way from the legal, healthcare, even in interesting things like mining, traditional sectors. So it's rich pickings, but it's early days.
It's rich pickings, early days, but I think one of the key things you've said is finding ventures that are cutting through the complexity, and that is generally going to be, a winner.
100%. And actually, one of the key things that we've seen is industries that historically have been regulated industries like fintech, healthcare, defense, where there are a lot of silos in data, and you have to be, let's say, data is a sovereign asset for either a nation state or that enterprise. AI is really, really good at cutting through a lot of the noise and figuring out the signal. So to your point, the more complex the industries, the more interesting and compelling the use cases tend to emerge when you apply AI.
Okay, I want to close now. 1 minute each. So say somebody's in this room and they want to come and pitch an AI venture to you. What are your top 3 tips each? I am going to start with you, Shahid, because you're the closest to me.
So even though we work with technology and AI, we're an AI studio, we believe fundamentals still matter. So we always look at the team first. We look at the problem that they're solving has to be meaningful enough where if they're wildly successful, it should change something at a societal scale, right? So those kinds of things. And then the usual, the checklist of any good investment, whether the technology is mature, things along those lines.
Okay,
but
that's
it's always
your 3.
team, and the idea has to have a meaningful impact.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I mean, it's going to get more and more difficult. You're lucky you're number 2.
Yes, so you didn't leave much on the table there. So I have to echo that I think it's team. I feel that it's very important to think about your team. I think that we really look at the impact it's going to have. So we really think about the outcome and think about what the focused result would be.
Lovely. So we're building a really nice picture, and then Ala.
So, similarly, as when an entrepreneur comes and the first thing he's told is, why is the problem you're working on is important? I think today the AI is a buzzword in every title, so I think they should be very well prepared. Why is AI important in this system or application that you are building? Have you done it with a small, rule-based system or something, or there is a fundamental need for it here? That would be my tip, to be prepared with that question.
So some great top tips there. So just to remind you, it's kind of, get back down to the fundamentals. And it's not rocket science. That's the crazy thing, because when you think about AI, you think, oh my God, it's going to be horribly complex. But really, it's common sense. Think about your fundamentals, your team, make sure the team is great, make sure you're actually solving a problem. And the impact it's going to make. And then I guess ultimately, why are you using AI and why is this important? Thank you very much for your intelligent insights and helping us all understand how you get from lab to life that little bit faster and more importantly, effectively. Thank you very much indeed. A hand of applause, please.
Isabel and the panel there. So beware of AI buzzwords. Really focus on the outcomes and also look at proven solutions and technologies. Some really useful advice about how to achieve those outcomes for industry and for general economies. Now we're going to move on to how you harness AI-guided analytics to make smarter decisions, touching on what we focus there on the panel. It's time to discover how AI-guided analytics really do empower organizations to make smarter but also faster decisions to drive real impact. So in this session, we're going to explore how proven strategies for transforming complex data into actionable insights really can minimize manual effort and unlock time for more strategic thinking. And that's what we all really do need, isn't it? Many of us are so time poor, we just don't have that space in our lives to think bigger and think about strategy and the much bigger picture. So I would like to introduce now Vishal Soni, who's the Senior Technical Product Marketing Manager at Alteryx. Welcome.
Hello, how's it going everyone? You guys all good? Still awake? Enjoying today? Yeah, me too. So yeah, exactly as I just mentioned, I'm here from Alteryx, and one of the things that we see a lot is that it's very easy to start using things like was mentioned in the previous session, like buzzwords around AI, trying to just AI wash everything. But the reality is you need to be able to go in and actually crack on and get proper insight from that. And so hopefully what we're going to be able to today is demystify some of the ways that you can actually transform organizations to not only harness the power of AI, but also make it relevant and applicable to your organization. So before we get into the nitty-gritty, right, there's an organization called the International Institute of Analytics, or the IIA. And so what they did is that they took a whole bunch of companies from all over the world, and they created a benchmark to figure out which companies are where on an analytic scale. So stage 5 is analytic nirvana. That is where companies are using data and analytics to drive every single one of their decisions, from HR to supply chain, from finance, and everything in between. You've also got stage 1, which is on the other side of that spectrum. And that's where companies are pretty novice when it comes to their use of data. And that's where they use things like gut feel. So for example, if I'm going to go out and sell ice cream, I'm just going to think, well, today seems like a good day. Let me just go in and crack on without even looking at the weather. So most companies think that they are about a 3 or a 4 on that scale. But the reality is that the average score for a company is actually 2.2. So what that does is that tells us that companies aren't really very analytically driven at all. Most companies don't actually have a clue in terms of how to actually start taking data, start building out reports, and turning data into valuable insight. But the reality also is that everyone's asking for the same stuff. Everyone's saying, how can we go ahead and do more with our data? At DeepFest here today, we have AI sprinkled in every single booth that I can see. And what that does is it makes people ask the question of how can we start tapping into AI to increase our revenues, to increase our market share, or just to help propel our business forward. And what that has led to is what we call breakaway moments. So all throughout time, there's been certain situations that have arisen that cause companies to start to stand out from their peers. So if we look at the Great Recession, so the credit crisis, the credit crunch, whatever you want to call it, what that did is that led certain organizations to really start moving away from trends, starting to streamline their operations and start to figure out how can we best utilize this macroeconomic downturn to start to really create the best out of the situation. We saw this again when we hit 2020 and COVID took over the world. A customer of ours, Spa, they really started to streamline their supply chain operations. And what that led to was a significant amount of growth in the hundreds of millions, allowing them to really break away from their peer group. Because what they did is they looked at the market, they identified what their competitors weren't doing, and by using data and analytics, they were able to start figuring out where they can start harnessing different wins. And right now, we're in another breakaway moment. We are all probably using some form of generative AI in our day-to-day lives. That could just be by asking it to write poems for us, to ask us to write recipes, by creating different avatars of us. But we are in a situation now where there is another breakaway moment, and it's up to each one of you to figure out how to use this technology in order for you to also start propelling your business. And so when we look at what CIOs are investing in, 78% of them want to increase the spend in analytics. We're seeing that 73% of that is also increasing the actual spend, specifically within artificial intelligence. And so the reason why CIOs are prioritizing this is because it's been proven that there's a higher revenue from AI investments. You're also able to see a 20% growth in companies that are generating things using analytic intelligence, and you're moving away from the more manual and mundane processes by letting 70% of the stuff be automated. But the reality is that how do you go about turning a workforce and start letting them use AI? How do you train someone who's, let's say, a tax professional in how to use data and analytics? Well, it's pretty difficult, because that tax professional has spent their entire career learning tax. They haven't spent their entire career learning data. Whereas someone from a traditional data science background may know R and Python, they don't know the first thing about contract law. And so how do you start to take all the different organizations and the different pockets of people within an organization and let people start to actually use data and analytics? Well, the problem can be boiled down to three specific areas. You've got a skill issue, where people just don't have the resources in terms of the actual skill to be able to use different data sets. You've got a silo issue, where data sits in a bunch of different places. And how do you start to create a unified view of what that data looks like? And finally, data is super messy. Like, I don't know how many of you have tried to do VLOOKUPs and pivots and all that sort of stuff, but it can be quite difficult to get the data in the right shape. And the saying is, right, rubbish in, rubbish out. If you've got rubbish data to begin with, your model is also not going to be the best. And so how do you fix that? Well, from a skills perspective, at Alteryx we have a platform which is easy to use. You just drag and drop your different data sets. You can drag and drop your transformations all out of the box, and it will create that analytic pipeline for you. From a silo perspective, we let you connect to data wherever it lives. So that can be on-prem, in the cloud, or hybrid approach, doesn't matter. We let you connect to your data and sense around that. You need to be able to make sure that it's the whole organization, not just pockets, who are able to actually go in and start driving into automation and using this to start driving outcomes. And that's really kind of our message here at Alteryx. We believe that everyone should be able to harness the power of data, analytics, and AI by focusing on these three areas, by making analytics available for all employees, all systems, and driving all decisions. So from an employee perspective, imagine if that tax professional that we spoke about earlier, they were able to start using AI through that interactive AI-guided experience where they can have a co-pilot within their workflows to say, hey, I want to be able to analyze the top 10 stores that are driving growth across my brand. Well, they can ask that question, and Alteryx will give them the answer. With also having all employees access to other like-minded individuals through our Alteryx community, you're able to actually start speaking with other brands who've achieved similar things that you're trying to achieve, and so that we can actually help the community as a whole really be empowered with data and analytics. From a system perspective, well, we connect to data wherever it lives. We don't really care where your data lives. We're not a data storage place, but what we do is we allow you to connect to where you've already made your investments. And we make sure that it's easy for you to do that. And then finally, going back to that maturity curve that was created by the International Institute of Analytics, well, we make it simple for you to figure out not only what happened, which is a more descriptive type of analytics, but what we want to do is help you all to get to more a future-looking state. So what should we do? How do you start using your data to start building out different decisions? And that is where the Alteryx platform actually comes in. What we allow you to do is take data. You can then use AI or just drag and drop to start creating that data into a unified, clean, and manageable state. We then let you do more advanced analytics on that data. So that can be using more traditional machine learning models. You can start using things like time series forecasting, or you can actually tap in. And I was super happy because I absolutely love McLaren. And they just became world champions as of last year as well. So I'm quite excited to see what the season this year brings. But the reason I want to talk about their use case is because McLaren Formula One team have a situation where there is a huge amount of data that they need to get through. So when it comes to Formula One, what people don't normally see, because it's all behind the scenes, is that the data that the car is producing is immense. So there's like 50,000 sensors all over the car that are continuously ticking and creating data. Over a race weekend, that data actually goes and is being transported all across back to Woking, which is where their factory is. And so what Alteryx allows them to do, and there is a video on our LinkedIn actually, where Zach Brown goes into a bit more depth, who's the McLaren CEO, is we allow McLaren to be able to start using that data, start to analyze what the data that the car is actually providing them. Also for initiatives like Net Zero 30, which is a Formula One initiative where they want to be carbon neutral by 2030. Alteryx is also playing a part in helping them to become greener from that perspective. And again, that comes in because we at Alteryx are all about empowering people across different systems and driving different, letting them drive different decisions, no matter what industry they're in. Another example is a bank I was working with in South Africa. There was a lady that we were talking to who was she was an analyst in the private banking wealth department. So what she was doing was spending all of her time trying to figure out which are the customers that she should be a bit scared about losing as a bank. And so she'd never built a model before in her life, but she did know the business. She knew all the different terms, she knew how people behaved, and she knew what to look out for when a customer was about to churn. So in her spare time, using Alteryx, and again, this is someone who is not a data scientist, she's never done any coding before in her life, she was able to build out a predictive model that was pretty accurate, that allowed people to, allow the bank to figure out which people were the people who were most likely to leave that bank. And so what that meant for her as an individual was that she was able to start building relationships with the actual data science and intelligence teams. She was able to be that business matter expert, and she actually got a promotion off the back of this one workflow alone. And from a bank perspective, well, the obvious answer is that they were pretty happy because they were able to stop someone who is a high net worth individual from actually churning from that bank. And so one of the things I want you to think about is a lot of people don't know where to start. A lot of people are in a situation where they know that they have all these tools at their disposal. They know there's AI, they know there's analytics, but how do you actually go from data to answer? And so one of the things that we can help you do is start to define your use cases. Try to start to define what your metrics are for success. And so what we can also do is offer you a live demo. We're just behind there, so if you do want to pop over, we're more than happy to speak to you so that we can also start to tap in and start helping you become more data-driven. That's everything from me. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Cheers.
A warm thanks to Vishal Soni there. Really fascinating stuff. It's true, actually, so many of us don't know where to start, and having that step-by-step roadmap really is very, very useful. Now, let's move on to what I promised you at the start of the day, a deep dive into how we can rethink the science of drug discovery. We're going to find out how the integration of AI, physics, and automation is expanding human capabilities to conceive truly original solutions to some of the toughest problems in drug discovery. Now, we heard yesterday about the fantastic improvements and changes that have been made in the diagnosis of diabetes here in Saudi Arabia. But there are so many other issues holding back drug discovery. However, new tech approaches really are starting to deliver some solutions which are pretty groundbreaking. And I'm very pleased to welcome our next guest. This is Thras Karadis, who is a co-founder and CTO of DeepCure, to tell us more. So please do give him a warm round of applause.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for being here. Wow, this has been a very exciting session. I was back there watching the robotic dogs and the futuristic dresses. But we're going to switch gears now a little bit and focus on the domain of healthcare. And let me begin by saying that I'm pretty sure everybody in this room has someone that is very close to them that is in desperate need of a therapy that hasn't been yet invented. And you would say, you know, if you were around the conference, you would be hearing that AI is making great advancements in the way that we diagnose disease by analyzing genomics data, in the way that we understand fundamental science by products like AlphaFold from DeepMind. But the problem is that we're not inventing cures fast enough. With the current technology that we have and the current pace of discovery, it would take us more than 4 centuries to even start exploring the therapeutic opportunities that we now know of. And this is not just something that I would say to catch your attention in a keynote. There's actually data that back this calculation. If you look at on the left-hand side, that every year we discover roughly 5 to 20, in the best years 20, new drugs for new targets. But then at the rate of discovery, we have more than 8,000 proteins in the human body that we know would have a therapeutic effect, but we're not currently actively exploring. And to make matters worse, we don't only need a single drug per therapeutic target or protein. Genetic variation that we now know of due to the huge scale of next-generation sequencing across the world is making some of the even most fundamental drugs, like for heart indications, be either ineffective or in the worst case have a lot of adverse effects to specific populations around the world. For example, the Arab heritage or North African. So we need thousands of new therapeutics to come to the market, and we need them very quickly. Whoops. Great. So what's holding us back? One of the big problems with the traditional, if you would say, the way we've been doing drug discovery in the past 40 years, is that it's a process that always looks to go from a lot of different options down to a few different testable hypotheses that I can go and test. This operation, the way that it's designed as a funnel, going from the design stage all the way to the synthesis and analysis, doesn't leave room for innovation. For most of the discovery projects right now, you would start with 1 million random ideas, and then as quickly as possible, get down to the 1 or 2 that you can move forward in the clinic. And you will say, okay, AI can actually make this process extremely faster, so we can explore different options. But the reality is that the way we're actually applying artificial intelligence today is focusing on being able to produce more of what we know. Everybody's talking about stopping the hallucinations of large language models, or a much more familiar example, if you go to your Instagram page and like any different post that you see that day, for the next week you're going to be seeing more and more of the same post. For example, here, kitchen sinks. So we've been doing all of this work to be able to stop operating at the creative part of AI and go to exactly what we know. Use all the data we know so we can remain on the solutions that we can evaluate and we feel comfortable for. To innovate, though, to really create novel therapeutics for all these opportunities, we need to go beyond the past and start thinking big, start thinking out of the box. And to illustrate this, I have here a small visualization that I think will put in a nice mental model of what I mean. On the left-hand side, I have drug discovery process. If every dot there is one of the potential solutions for the therapeutic, as I described, the process is focusing in, zooming as quickly as possible to some of the solutions. What I believe needs to happen to be able to discover novel drugs is to do the opposite. To start from the data that you know, and then immediately start generating new, different, diverse solutions. Start asking different questions so that you can go beyond what was already known. What I'm describing essentially here is engage using the current state-of-the-art AI tools in a co-creative process where both scientists and AI bring their A game to be able to move drug discovery forward. And scientists, human scientists, are still part of the equation. Scientists are extremely good in being able to ask the right questions, in being able to take a big problem and very quickly break it apart in its components and then start developing solutions for every component. And believe me, drug discovery is a very multifaceted problem. You need to discover not only a therapeutic that works for what you're looking for, but it is safe through the entire human body. Humans are also good at a very important task, which is providing context. Most of the drugs out there, they have never been the perfect molecule. They have never been the perfect solution before they enter the market. They have been good enough to move to the next stage. Humans are the ones that will tell whatever system you are building, whether it's AI or not, when to stop, when the solution is good enough, so that we can actually use it and benefit patients. AI systems, on the other hand, especially with the help of cloud computing, they can extremely quickly evaluate many, many different solutions. And not only different solutions, but they can not evaluate many different solutions, but evaluate them with a holistic approach. Multidimensional data that we as humans are not really good at looking at, and very quickly come up with insights and present them to the scientists to answer their questions. Before I dive deeper, I would like to talk a little bit about DeepCure and some problems we were able to solve following this approach. We started DeepCure as a spin-off out of MIT roughly 6 years ago, and we set out to try and solve some of the hardest problems in drug discovery, in developing therapeutics. And one problem that got our attention, or one therapeutic area, is inflammation. More than 50%, 1 out of 2 people in this room, will at some point die out of a cause that's related to inflammation. Inflammation has therapeutics on the market. They have plenty of antibodies. But the problem is that there is still a huge unmet medical need for a safe therapeutic that would be taken for years, especially in chronic indications. But designing drugs for these targets is actually extremely hard. It's a problem that thousands of scientists across the world and hundreds of companies have been struggling to solve. And this is mainly because of the challenges of the immune system of the human. For every autoimmune disease that you have, you really want to stop, to flip a switch and kill some part of your immune system. But of course, you want the rest of your immune system to actually continue working and protect you from the rest of the diseases outside of the world. This is a problem that's called the selectivity of the drug. You need to design therapeutics that are extremely precise and go exactly in the part of the cell, in the protein that you're looking for. And that's what we used AI in this co-creative process to do. One of our programs is about discovering inhibitors, discovering drugs for a target that's called BRD4. There were more than 130 clinical trials across multiple years that try to discover a safe therapeutic targeting these BRD4 proteins. But there was a big challenge. Everyone in the clinic failed because of adverse events, because the people that were taking the drugs developed one blood disease called thrombocytopenia. They are much more easily to form blood clots. And the main underlying cause was that this protein was part of a family that had extremely similar proteins to the one that you wanted to target. So you had to be very, very precise. If you look here at the graphics, and those for you that are not familiar with proteins, you can compare the different colors. Each of the different colors is a different part of the human cell that is tasked to perform a multitude of different operations. And we wanted to target only one of these that had some atomic level changes in the place where the drug would go to. So we used our AI-driven creative process that I will dive deeper into a few slides, and we were able to actually discover a safe and effective drug for this protein. We have some very exciting results on this program. We're now on our way to the clinic. We have proven efficacy in patient samples for rheumatoid arthritis. But most importantly, we have proven across every animal model that we have no thrombocytopenia. The underlying scientific challenge that we were able to solve actually helped us discover a drug for this target. As a second example, I want to talk about STAT6. STAT6 is one of the buzzwords these days in the pharmaceutical industry. It's a target that had more than $2 billion in investments in the past year or so. And for a good reason. It's extremely important in helping us solve diseases like asthma and other allergies like atopic dermatitis. This target, while it has some therapeutics on the market, has a desperate need for an oral inhibitor. This means that you can discover a safe and effective pill that you can take, orally once a day and be able to treat your condition. This target had a different problem. It was not about the selectivity itself. It was about being able to design a therapeutic for what's called a protein-protein interaction. This target is involved in a long cascade, in a long string of proteins talking to each other to be able to start developing an immune response. And the goal of this program was to go and discover a drug that stops that process straight from the beginning. So what we were able to do here is we were able to overcome a challenge that baffled many of the different big pharmaceuticals in the world and designed a molecule that had all the right properties to stop this signal cascade, but at the same time be very safe and effective to be delivered orally by daily. Some of the data here that we started generating, and by the way, this is for the very first time shown publicly. This was results from as late as 3 weeks ago, so that we were able to discover a potential drug, a clinical candidate, a development candidate that is well tolerated in animals and has proven efficacy in an asthma model so it can be a very effective therapeutic. But how were we able to actually, do all of these or solve all of these challenging problems? And here I compiled for DeepFest kind of a 5-bullet point list, a 5-step guide on how I believe we should be applying AI, which you can take, to whatever domain your organization is, but definitely would be important for drug discovery and pharmaceutics. The first one is that we need to make sure that the AI tools, whether they're models or large language models or any other agent you have, is not siloed behind the computer scientists and the machine learning scientists in the business. It's extremely hard, to have this sequential process where you have the biologist talk to the chemist, which talks to the machine learning scientist, which then produces with this black box some report or some solutions, and then the chemist gets to try and figure out by themselves, what am I looking at? The way that we build it instead is that we put AI in the center, so that every single scientist can have their own entry point, their own chat interface, if you would say, that can engage with the underlying models and can start drafting what types of questions and what types of answers they're looking for. It's almost as if every single scientist is providing a part of the context that would be needed, for example, for a large language model to be able to answer effectively, to produce effectively solutions. The second piece, and this was actually something that happened serendipitously, is that AI forced our scientists to think outside of the box. We built a system that was able to, instead of looking at the parts of the proteins where existing scientific literature was telling us, allowed us to map the entire surface, to explore and provide different ideas of what a potential drug would be like, of where it would go. And this triggered our scientists to start thinking beyond what they were comfortable, to go beyond their comfort zone and say, could this be possible really? And this actually has driven both of the scientific innovations that I talked about before. An obvious big step here is the ability to process a very large amount of potential solutions. It is estimated that all the combinations of different chemical matter, of different atoms and bonds in a molecule that would form a drug is more than the atoms in the universe. You would have more than 10 to the 60 potential solutions. That, of course, is, without quantum computers, someone would say, extremely hard to go and explore one after the other. And that's where we build our technology that we call Molten, which, as I learned in this conference, I now should be calling agentic AI. Because essentially what it is, it's a reinforcement learning framework that multiple agents can act as medicinal chemists and synthetic chemists and go and build molecules that satisfy some scoring mechanism that they would make them good drugs. And the scoring mechanism we developed actually utilizes advanced physics computations on the cloud, like molecular dynamics simulations and quantum mechanics simulations, and very effectively can tell to the agent that molecule does work, that molecule doesn't work. You can also add any other parameter that you want in your drug discovery program. Like, for example, if the molecule should be taken orally, it would have a very different profile than if it would be injected intravenously. So Molten actually has surprised our chemists. We had multiple times see the results of the program and go, wow, I would have never thought that. But of course, those are the good times. We've had also the majority of the early on cases where a chemist would see the results and say, wow, that's total garbage. Why did you make this? And this brings me to the point 4. It was crucial for us to build an interface, to build the necessary software so that the scientists can provide feedback to improve and train our AI models. And we've actually spent thousands of working hours to be able to build literally a web interface that some would say might be not necessary. It's just looking fancy. It's just UI, UX. But in the end, it has proven such a tremendous asset. The models that we are training are no longer black boxes for the chemists and the scientists, but they are visualized in a way that we were very familiar with all the previous years. The scientists can go into our Discovery Hub and interact with the solutions, mark regions that the models didn't perform well, or highlight the points that they did well and they should keep doing more of the same. This made us go very, very quickly, iterate, and within 6 months, in the Stat6 program I mentioned before, go from a point where we were stumbled, we were not be able to generate any solution, to being able to discover a potential therapeutic for this target. And last, but definitely not least, as we heard on the previous panel, the team is one of the most important pieces in building any venture, especially one that's using state-of-the-art technologies like AI and tries to bridge them with a very multifaceted process like a drug discovery. Hiring the right people that have the right amount of experience. They were expert drug hunters, but at the same time, they were willing to challenge their convictions. They're willing to look with an open eye and be able to work together with the scientists and provide feedback that was needed to be able to unlock the next generation of therapeutics. I think that we've reached a point where human ingenuity whether it's engineering or science, can be coupled with AI creativity, thinking outside of the box, and truly unlock scientific innovation. Go beyond using AI tools to be faster and cheaper, and go to using them to create novel and effective and safer therapeutics. And I think that a new era of drug discovery is unfolding. And I'm not going to go, where I'm sure you have heard it multiple times in the conference. We have a world maybe in some years where we've solved every disease. I think that's very noble to think of, but it's still really hard. What I'm going to say, though, that I believe we're already marching towards a near future where AI will enable us to explore every single opportunity we have with the biology that we know now to solve the diseases that battle our loved ones in their lifetime. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Stras Karadis. It's really incredible to see what advances are being made. This whole new era of drug hunters out there enabled by AI. Fascinating to watch this development roll out. Now, we're going to move from healthcare and drug discovery to education. And as we've heard already during DeepFest, education has not kept up with the rapid developments that we've seen in the gaming and social media space. New ways of living, playing, and working have been slow to be adapted in education, but that is slowly changing. And now we're going to look at the challenges, but also the opportunities of designing and delivering degree-granted academic programs and workforce training initiatives in AI. So really, this comes with sharing international experiences and crafting educational models which have real impact, but also...
And you're going to have a visual aid behind you, so you'll be able to kind of see this in action. So if we can have James's video too, that would be brilliant.
Well, first of all, it's such an honor and a privilege to be back here in the Kingdom, and it's my 4th visit in just 1 year. I want to say that, and especially generative AI, teaching students of various ages how they can look at resiliency in the built environment, that they can look at town planning, they can understand food, water, energy, waste to resource management in relationship to how neighborhoods, towns, and cities are realized. And it's an incredible experience. It's a visceral experience. It starts with hands-on, project-based learning, where they actually build physical models, passive house design. They test that with data. And then we move to physical designing of foam core, basically dioramas. And then we digitize that, and we bring that into simulation software. This model that you're seeing behind me was done by 10th through 12th grade students at the MISC school here in Riyadh.
So that's 15 to what age?
15 to 17 years old primarily, with some younger students who snuck in. And it's been absolutely a brilliant experience. These are some of the brightest, most wonderful students I have ever had the privilege to be with. I was really inspired, I have to say, by my experience here at MISC schools here in Saudi Arabia.
Well, that's really good, and it's lovely to end on a very positive note. Well, not end, but this is our final day. And you've taken us out of the classroom, so let's continue out of the classroom. Because Sharifa, some robots are not being used exclusively for what we were just seeing there. They actually can be emotional support. And almost counterintuitively, for me anyway, that kind of helped combat loneliness. So tell me how a robot can help combat loneliness and how it's sensitive to feelings.
This is very, very smart question. I really love that because it touches also my field of affective computing when we use AI and build AI that understand people emotions. We use different sensors. We use the camera. If you've seen in the video, Jibo, on top of the tablet, there is a camera that we analyze the child's emotional expression. We analyze their voice. We analyze if
Funnel where they start in groups to move progressively into teams. In MISC school, for instance, we had a boys, girl, and a girls team separately. But then the course fused into one master plan where they had to gain consensus. They had to come together, listen, hear each other, and then impart one successful project that they could all celebrate together. And that really, at the end of the day, is how companies work, isn't it? It's how government really works at best. So that's really the whole concept behind design empathy in our coursework.
Well, and what's the students' reaction been to this?
Oh, it was unbelievable. They really, I think, where they realized that consensus was the new competition. Compassion and empathy.
Either. But it's trying to bring in the barriers between the academic disciplines down. So at Korea University, we are trying to, our focus is trying to bring AI, particularly into the biology and also medical. We expect a much more result by applying AI technology into biology and medicine. And biology and medicine. And so far, we found that the biology major students, they're not interested in learning about AI, and vice versa. So they have a certain mentality that they don't want to, acquire or learn new subjects. So we are doing a lot of work to help them, trying to understand each other. But having the biology itself is a very difficult area to study, and adding AI additional is kind of harder. So there is a deep learning curve for students, and we're trying to figure out how to help them to go over with it. So it's on progress.
So it's a work in progress, and you said the students are kind of reticent today. But what's your long-term impact? Because if they are reticent, is this really adapted to them? Do you need to reformulate what you're doing? What's your end goal?
Well, I think our end goal is to have student success is our goal, and to be successful, major or even medical doctors, they probably less successful without. They don't know now that because they are too busy and they don't have much time. But we believe that over the long term, it is a benefit to our students. So just we try to convince them, have a little bit change of their mentalities.
And that makes absolute sense, doesn't it? Given everything we've just been hearing. In fact, even just the last talk that we heard about drug discovery that's being kind of supercharged by AI. So if students are integrating that in the early parts of their kind of curriculum, they're going to be ready for this this new world.
So there are some few researchers are doing it, but we need to bring it down to, which will end up with having a better job.
And so, Sharifa, if we're going to look at this issue of kind of bringing AI into the classroom, you're talking about a more of a personalized approach. But can we dig into this a bit deeper? How are you personalizing kind of educational programs to fit each different child? Because it's something that's very frustrating as a parent, as I imagine. You'll have one kid who does really well, but the education system doesn't necessarily work for the other kid. And you know that they're as bright as each other.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is, if you go technical, we call it reinforcement learning or adaptive reinforcement learning, where the AI is adjusting itself in the fly while the child is conversing with it. And we do this with children, with Jibo, and we're using, as I told you, signals of their emotions, their hesitation. Do they answer quickly? Do they feel like they know the word? Because if it's early literacy, we're focusing on literacy. So can they read the words? They understand the meaning of these words? Can they answer questions around this word without hesitation? So we use these signals to adjust, it's like the robot doesn't understand, then using these signals that the child doesn't understand this word, or it's like, and then adjust and then re-explain it, or it's like, maybe it means this, or because we also don't want the robot to feel like a teacher. We want it to stay as a peer. So it becomes the friend of the child, so they don't feel it's like more competent, and therefore I need to change my tone with it.
That's very interesting. Because you said you're interested in psychology. What impact do you think does it have on a child's development to have, as you say, a friend that's a robot?
We did a study actually specifically about the role of the robot if the robot pretend to be a teacher or pretend to be a peer. And the significant improvement in the children engagement and knowledge was more significant when the robot is a peer.
That's
because they feel like
fascinating.
the robot makes a mistake, it's okay for me to make a mistake. And that's how we learn. But the teacher, if the robot is a teacher, he doesn't make mistakes, like, oh, it means this or that. So that allows the child to feel like it's okay to make mistakes, it's okay to get feedback, and I'm not worried. And that allowed them to just lower their guards and enjoy the learning journey instead of feeling like they're tested.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
That's absolutely fascinating that you've been able to test that with real-world examples and see what works. So then that brings me to you, James. You've got a design empathy course. You're talking about the fact that consensus is the new currency in some respects, but how do you measure that?
Well, it's a great question. So we've done some impact studies and also assessments, and we've actually got a white paper that we're just now releasing and publishing. Happy to share with the audience, and it's tremendously successful to be able to track the students before they entered the class, as they came through the course, and then going further, their appetite and interest in these kinds of careers, especially around sustainability, circularity, town planning, architecture, design, and AI and machine learning, and these kinds of things. So we're able to actually see that some of the students who are now about to graduate are actually applying to these universities around the world, inspired in many ways by this summer program. So it works.
So and it's truly inspirational. And education has to be about inspiring them to just kind of meet their challenges of the future, especially when we're living in this world where we're not quite sure where we're going to be going. So these are a lot of the kind of innovations in terms of education. But do we scrap everything from before? What elements of traditional education do you think we should be keeping? I'm going to start with you, Chuck, because I think you're probably in a more traditional environment in terms of education. So what are the key elements that we need to retain?
Yeah, actually, that's a great question. That as the AI technology advances, so the question is to our university is that what we need to teach, as you said. So we've been teaching in the past. We've been teaching hundreds of knowledge. Now AI is capable of having almost 70-80% of knowledge built in. So one way is that we can just teach 30% of knowledge to our student, and rest of 70% to use AI, Gen AI. Or we should have better way to, go over not just 100% knowledge, but even we try to look for 150% of knowledge, so that students can come up with new ideas, new approaches out of AI help. So I think that's a big question. I mean, to be honest, that's a key question that we have to address as a professor, as a university. I think that's more discussions we need to do. I don't have a clear answer at the moment, but I think the future is a huge challenge for university, because if we do not come up with a clear strategy or some good strategy, maybe we can become to the end of existence of the university. Because AI is so much capable and full of knowledge. It can work on with agents and so forth. It do a lot of things. So people may ask, hey, what do you do in college education with paying so much of money and not getting much? So I think we keep facing such questions, and we have to answer this. I think things will be similar in Saudi universities as well, because there are a lot of knowledge, robots and agents and things are coming up. Why do you need university educations?
Amazing. So really we are at this kind of turning point
Yeah.
where you're
That's right.
really reevaluating
Right.
the whole purpose of an education system that we've all grown up with, that we've built, that's been built up around us and our needs, but just kind of saying, okay, we're probably going to have to rethink this entirely
That's
and
right.
start from scratch. Well, I wasn't expecting such kind of like a
Can
deep response. Yeah.
I'll just have a follow-up with.
Yeah.
So you're talking about TA, AI TA.
Yeah.
And of course, it's a big need now. It's not only about the number of students, but the students who are working in the day, and they just when they community college, for example, or they're supporting their families, and they don't have the time to actually study by themselves.
Right.
And that this tutor is available 24/7. That allows them, to
That's
like
right.
catch up and
Right.
like have a professional development from themselves. So I think it would be good to collaborate with you. We're doing PyTutor AI,
yeah,
where
sure.
because now GPT or all the large language models are very good in programming. So it's like, do we need to teach kids programming anymore, or it's like? But we still think this computational thinking, it's important. So we're developing this AI tutor to teach them Python through pedagogies, like either Socratic methodology and then we also have the compassion, like feedback is important, how we could personalize the content and quizzes for each of the student to be able
That's
to
right.
progress. So and the idea is like scalable, 4,000, 5,000 students, it doesn't matter. As long as we're not focusing on programming, so they don't cheat, just like copy and paste the code, but can they understand the content through this agents? Like, oh, you know what this means? You know what this means? This will not solve the problem because of this. How do you create a test case for this code?
That's right.
So it's something
That's
to
right.
give them skills
That's right.
beyond just the knowledge
Yeah.
and scalable. So
And
we'd
I-
love to collaborate with
Yeah,
you.
sure.
And I'd just like to say that we can never forget where we stand out in our difference between AI, machine learning, robotics, sensing. We're human beings.
Yes.
We cannot forget God. We cannot forget spirituality. We have to understand nature. And what we try to do really is to inspire, to look at outcomes and impact. And those are the visceral kinds of things that students from the heart need to understand where they fit in to all of this change that's happening so rapidly.
Yeah, and that I suppose is one of those constants. And just a very, very quick question to you all, literally just one thought. What's the skill that you think is the most valuable that has to be retained in any educational system? I'll start with you, Shriva.
Critical thinking, for sure.
Chuck.
Well, I think I would say that you think upside down. So don't believe what you learned.
Don't believe.
What you learned.
Amazing. Okay, so question and don't believe what you learned comes. Is it in tune with critical thinking? And James.
Empathy.
Yeah, true, that too.
And that, well, obviously can be a trait that is taught by a robot, but as you said so rightly, we are human and we have our place here. And compassion and empathy have to be retained in any educational system. And whatever happens to it, it is preparing the next generation of leaders, and we need them. So they're in good hands. So thank you so much for imparting your knowledge and your insight. It's been a pleasure talking to you, and it's just been fascinating and enjoyable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Isabel, and to James, Sharifa, and Chuck there. So certainly a lot of hope of what AI can bring to education, but still lots of questions which remain unanswered. But clearly critical thinking needs to be right at the heart of education going forward. That came through loud and clear from that panel. Now, as we've heard already at DeepFest, there are great hopes as well that AI will be a catalyst for global sustainability. So in this panel upcoming, which is the last of DeepFest, can you believe it? Well, we're going to discuss how innovative AI applications that address critical environmental challenges. I mean, everything from climate change mitigation and energy efficiency to building sustainable data centers, which is an absolutely crucial topic right now. The session is also going to highlight some real-world success stories, so you can can really learn from what's already going on. Some real concrete examples. Not sure concrete is the right word, but you can get sustainable concrete that captures carbon in it. Maybe that will come up in the discussion. But certainly there is a lot to talk about, and I'm very delighted to say Curtis Duggan, Head of Growth for Lemon Squeezy, is the moderator for this discussion. So please do welcome Curtis and his panel.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. This is Harnessing AI for a Sustainable Future. I think I've got an order to introduce the panel, and of course, our panel, we're going to want to sit under our names, so I'll look back here, and I think I've got it in the right order. But let's start by welcoming to the stage Lee Tiedrich, a widely recognized leader in AI, an OECD and global partnership on AI expert, co-chair of the Responsible AI Committee for the Environment. Lee, welcome. We also have Johannes Leon Kierenberger, the co-founder of Delta Charge and an OECD AI expert. We were meeting backstage, so if I don't say exactly what's up there, I've learned a few things about them, and they're going to talk about their roles in the private sector and as policy experts. Next is Dana Shukerbayeva, founder of both Forest Hero and Kala AI. And last but not least, we have Greg Fallon, the CEO of Geminis AI. Welcome. And thank you to everyone in the audience. This is the last panel of DeepFest, so thank you for being here with us. We'll let Greg have a seat here. I think this is coming off my ear, but I think we got it. We're good. Don't worry, tech team. I'm going to put it back on. So when I hear about AI, and people have been hearing about AI all of the last couple days, I think of it as something that maybe takes up energy, something where nations and private companies are finding sources of GPUs and data centers, but here we are, and we're talking about the intersection of AI and sustainability. So what I really want to know is what's happening in the rooms that you're in, whether it's in the private sector or informing policy. What are people saying about how AI can help with sustainability challenges? And maybe we can just starting with Lee and talking a little bit about your role and what you've seen about AI, but how it intersects with our panel topic tonight.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Curtis. And just a little bit about me. So I spent 30 years in the private sector, and then about 3 years ago, moved to academia. So I'm home based at Duke University and do a lot of work in the policy arena. I also have an appointment with the U.S. government, and I should say I am not speaking or representing the U.S. government today. But I think through the work that I've done in the private sector, in my roles in international policy arenas, there are really two sides of the coin. We face a lot of global challenges. The UN has adopted the Sustainable Development Goals, and AI has a lot of social good promise, including trying to help address climate issues, trying to help address biodiversity loss. So I see a lot of talk and concern about how can we leverage AI for those good purposes, and we can get into some use cases a little bit later. Then the flip side of the coin is all you have to do is open the press, and you see lots of stories about the energy demands of AI systems. And it's not just the energy, it's the water consumption. And we need to come up with ways to measure that, and come up with ways to make smart decisions. So I really see discussions on both topics these days.
Thanks, Lee. Yep. Go ahead. Yeah, we'll take it.
So I have a background in environmental economics and digital policy, and kind of the first time the intersection of AI and digitalization was really gaining a lot of media attention was about 4 or 5 years ago, with some early estimates of how much energy a single AI model can use in training and inference. And in my previous role at the OECD and also the Global Partnership on AI, GPI, we tried to measure or to put out a measurement framework of how to measure energy consumption, water consumption, the resources that the GPUs and the data center take up, but also look at as Lee said, at the flip side, at the upside of AI, kind of the different applications and how AI can be used for sustainability. So we've been on that journey for quite a few years, and it's now finally coming towards actually having some standards and some measurement standards on how to quantify them. Now, very recently, I've moved from kind of theory to practice, so to speak. So I've co-founded Delta Charge, and we're we're now at the application side. We're trying to harness AI for energy optimization and for battery storage. Maybe I'll come to that later. So you really have these two dimensions. You have the quite significant energy and resource consumption of AI itself, but you also have that potentially very huge upside of how you can leverage AI for sustainability.
Thank you. Dana.
Yeah, so I'm co-founding two startups, and both of them use AI for good. At Forest Hero, we use AI to build an all-in-one platform that helps to make forest carbon credits more transparent and trustful. I think that all of us have heard about carbon credits, but not all of us believe that this instrument really works, right? So one of the reasons for that is that most of the projects, forest projects worldwide, they failed because of lack of prediction what type of trees will be, for example, surviving and more resilient in this or that place. At the same time, because of the lack of monitoring and transparency in terms of the reporting for these carbon credits. So we try to make this process of reporting more transparent by using AI. At the same time as at Kala AI, for example, we make city resilience assessment to help city administrations be more prepared for potential risks within the city, for example, related to climate change, disasters, or social and economic problems. So I think that's one of the main idea for both of the startup is using AI for good. So yeah.
Thanks. And Greg.
Thanks, Curtis. So I run a company named Geminis, and we focus on AI for scientific and engineering applications. So we have very specialized algorithms that in many ways are used to drive sustainability. A lot of the work that we're doing is reducing emissions and helping companies with heavy assets make those assets more efficient so that they can emit less. When I think about the current state of artificial intelligence and energy usage and its impact on the climate, there's a couple things that come to mind. Number one, I think that there is massive potential on the technology side for AI to help accelerate technology development. And I think, given where we are today with geopolitics the way they are, I'm tending to think that technological solutions to climate change are really going to be one of our best chances to mitigate the impact. So anything that we can do with artificial intelligence to accelerate that is going to really help the game, and it should be a game changer. That's on one side. On the other side, we think a lot about energy usage from artificial intelligence, and I had the opportunity to sit on a UN panel this summer thinking about kind of energy usage from data centers, and the data is interesting. Yes, data centers consume a lot of energy, and yes, they're projected to consume a lot of energy at kind of current course and speed, but it still pales in comparison to the amount of electricity that we're going to use when we start to electrify the economy. Like, we're talking about 1% of that particular change. And so putting that in context, it makes it a little bit better, not a lot better, but I don't want to kind of brush over it, but it makes it a little better. The other thing that I'll point out is that we're still in very early days of AI technology. I mean, the whole world was shook 2 weeks ago with DeepSeek coming out with more efficient models. And so I think we're going to see that type of disruptions happening regularly over the next many years. And so I think it's too early to tell where things are going to go from an energy consumption from an AI perspective. I think DeepSeek gave us an idea of where it might be headed. I personally think that we're going to end up looking more at smaller models that are maybe combined together for larger models, which means you consume a lot less energy. And I think we're going to be getting into much more specialized models, which would be a good thing for the environment and also a good thing for climate change and using AI for sustainability.
Yeah, it strikes me that when I've been speaking with you before our panel and as I've been thinking about it, that there's several aspects of this. There's the fact that AI can do things in the future, like maybe some other panels have been talking about. It might identify ways to cure cancer. It might find sustainability solutions. So AI's intelligence is already and will be able to do things. But it exists in the physical world, and there is how sustainability relates to how we build AI. We have to have GPUs and data centers. And then again, there is the ethics of how humans and users use AI. So I'm it's certainly more, AI is an extension of the digital world, but I wonder, we're talking about it almost in a way that it's almost like how, panels like this might have talked about fresh water or natural resources, a commodity to preserve and consume and foster. Lee, is that, people in the room, when they're thinking about the ethical implications, is it a fair metaphor to think of it like fresh water or natural resources? Or is that just a paradigm I've made up in my own head for this new commodity that the world's so interested in?
Yeah, I think the environmental issues have definitely come to the forefront. I've been involved with the International Scientific Report on Advanced AI Safety that was led by Yoshua Bengio, and it was just released in connection with the AI Action Summit. And it talks about environmental concerns as one of the systemic risk factors with respect to AI. So the issue is definitely front and center. And I think it comes back to, we need to put some better building blocks in place. As Johannes mentioned, some of the work that he and I have been involved in, how do we create measurement techniques so we know how much energy we're using and we can make informed decisions. And picking up on some of Greg's points, figuring out what model is right for task. Like, you don't necessarily need a big LLM to do everything. You don't necessarily need to take the Maserati out to pick up a pint of milk, and educating people on, what type of model they should use is good for the right circumstances, and having good data to support those decisions, I think, is really key.
Yeah, what model to use is one of the key questions of this year in technology. For those of you that are running companies, I'm curious, if we have people in the audience that aren't necessarily familiar with your sector, we all kind of know, I know that an LLM can chat back to me, I know that it can make a nice cartoon for me if I ask it to. How do you choose models if it's relevant to your company? And are we using off-the-shelf models to solve environmental solutions that involve physics and natural resources? Greg, do you just grab Claude off the shelf or ChatGPT from OpenAI, or do you do some proprietary work to make your AI model?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Curtis. So the answer is no, we don't take off-the-shelf generative AI technologies. We use very highly proprietary methods to train our models, to teach AI physics, if you will, or the physics of a thing, so it can self-optimize. But we do make use of generative AI to coordinate things from an agentic perspective, and we're very mindful about those particular models. I think there's questions over time about how LLM technology is going to evolve, and I think we're still in early days of seeing those types of enhancements, right? We saw diffusion models come out, so now we can have multimodal models getting mixed together. But we're going to see lots of advancements. But I still think at the end of the day, customization, because at the end of the day, it's very difficult to use a generalized model to do something super, super specific.
And Donna, would you say you use AI in both of your companies, or do you find that in the carbon world it's more important? Where did you have an aha moment when you realized either this company can exist or it can be 10 times better, 10 times faster because of AI?
Yeah, I think that there is a huge trend in the sector of startups that all of the startups, they try to use AI and to add AI in their pitch decks. But sometimes there is no need to use proper AI models for some very basic tasks. There is no need to use a huge LLM sometimes for really not difficult challenges in terms of the technical tasks. So, for example, in our models, sometimes we name AI, but normally it's a predictive analytics, calculating and using mathematical models. In the language of science, it's AI, but it's not a ChatGPT or something like that, right? So I think that investors and customers also have to be more aware about what is the difference between these things, so that they can make proper assessment of the startup in terms of the AI usage as well as the energy consumption and responsible usage of AI. Now it's becoming a trend, but only in the mature markets. But I think it's going to be a trend more and more that even the customers, as we know that Gen Z and other generations, they are more aware about this type of things. And maybe even from the customer side, the users of different solutions by startups will also understand more what is the difference between different types of AI and will choose those who are doing it more responsibly, even if they are not listed in top AI startups, right? So it doesn't matter. Sometimes you just tell the truth and you say, we use predictive analytics and we use this or that models, and that's great. Why not?
Johannes, let's bring you in.
Yeah, just to build on that, because the OECD has a very successful definition of AI, which essentially says that it's a machine-based system that generates certain outputs, like recommendations, from a certain set of inputs, like at the very basic level. And that can be, of course, LLMs, which is a very hyped topic at the moment, but it can be, in a sense, just predictive analytics, which can be extremely valuable. For example, in the energy market, the energy systems moving from a centralized energy system with a few major gas plants, oil plants, etc., to a completely decentralized system where you have a hydrogen plant, you have decentralized solar, wind, hydrogen, etc. For that kind of system, you need predictive analytics. You almost need AI to be able to match demand and supply. And that's not necessarily LLM, and that doesn't have to be a super fancy algorithm that you can throw on something, and that's very sexy. But it is able to reduce complexity and to make a system that is going to grow more complex to make it work in the future.
I'm actually curious. I'm kind of put if anyone wants to take this, the number one ethical issue with AI, if you had to pick one, what would it be? If we had to pick the number one ethical issue, we like optimism here at DeepFest, and we're optimistic about the technology. But what might people be missing? It's obvious that it's going to take up energy to use AI. It's obvious that it has immense potential. Is there anything underrated? Maybe number one is the wrong way to phrase it, but the most underrated ethical issue related to AI.
I'm happy to talk about that. It has nothing to do with what I do.
Yeah.
But one of my close advisors does a lot of research on the impact of AI on humanity, and I think some of the more nefarious uses for artificial intelligence aren't being made as public as they need to. For example, so my friend who does documentaries is working on a documentary. It's a horrible story of a child, a teenager, who had a developmental disability, was on a chatbot. The chatbot actually told them to commit suicide, and they did. And so, it's those types of things that I really worry about.
Yeah, that's definitely something I think that we don't hear about as much. Another thing I was thinking about was, is there anything we can really get into about Greg, we were talking about this. We had a car ride in, but really specific areas where before we've had software, and it's done things for us, but a case where the addition of AI is really the secret mix that makes something possible in sustainability. Whether it's something your companies have done or really interesting examples you've seen from around the world, where has the AI ingredient specifically push something forward where mere if-then statements in software wasn't enough? We needed AI to do that. Yeah.
I'm happy to go again.
Sure.
So that's the story of our life. Now that is what we do.
Yeah.
So I talk about we do scientific and engineering, artificial intelligence. We really help deal with immense complexity, right? So a project that we just finished up in North America was helping a company that produces natural gas reduce the amount of gas that gets flared to the atmosphere. When you flare natural gas to the atmosphere, it has a tremendous negative impact on the environment. Methane absorbs a lot more heat than carbon dioxide. And so being able to eliminate that flaring is really important. But these these networks of wells connected to pipes and compressors like look really simple. There are a lot of simple pieces comprised together, but when you actually try to figure out which knobs to turn to eliminate flaring, it becomes overwhelming, almost impossible to compute. The state of the art is to use simulation tools that would take about 33 hours to solve a problem that needs to get solved in the next 4 minutes. And artificial intelligence allows us to accelerate those computations to milliseconds. And so in this particular case, we help this customer completely eliminate flaring of methane in that gas field. So that's an example of where we needed artificial intelligence.
Just to add to that, because it's a very similar space. To do some very shameless self-promotion, what Delta Charge does is we build battery storage solutions for commercial industrial clients, which is nothing new. What is new is the digital layer on top of it. So we put the many hundreds of small batteries together, we combine them in a virtual power plant, and what AI enables us to do, which is completely new and which would not have been possible 5 years ago, is to predict the supply and demand of energy in the system, to give it to the customer, and that has so much margin that we can build the battery for free for the customer. So basically provide infrastructure for free, because the AI system on top, the digital layer on top of the physical infrastructure, makes it so smart that you can provide that service, and that would not have been possible before. And that again provides a lot of solutions for the grid, for the individual customer, for the energy system in total. So you're moving from a dumb energy system to a very smart energy system, and you can optimize extremely well because there's so much inefficiency in the existing system. And that is possible with AI, which hasn't been possible before.
And I can add a couple to this. I'm aware of some use cases in India, for example, where they're using AI to help with disaster relief, trying to anticipate where there's going to be natural disasters. And then when unfortunately things like that happen, trying to figure out how to get the relief deployed to communities that are most in need. Another really important set of applications that's getting a lot of traction, particularly in the global south, is smart agriculture. How can we use AI to increase agricultural crop yields? How can we make sure that we get the crops deployed to the right people and limit spoilage? So there's a lot of really inspiring use cases out there, and I think we need to just continue to work on those.
Yeah, Lee, I'm curious. My perception is that the pace of AI seems to be very, very fast, and previous generations where people had to come together to find private sector solutions or partner on initiatives and policy, it feels like, from a layperson consumer perspective, that this is moving faster than the cloud or the internet or highways across America or various initiatives where the private sector and the public sector had to come together and deal with a new thing. Is that just kind of a perception, or is it really true that this is moving faster than anything we've ever seen of this nature? Am I correct in observing it that way and feeling that way?
It's my observation too, and not to date myself too much, but when I first started practicing law, the internet was not a commercial thing. And, similar types of challenges, how do we develop frameworks so we can unlock the benefits of this great technology, but also mitigate the risks? But I think the pace of development with AI is so much faster than what we've seen with anything else. Like even on the AI safety report that was released in Paris last week, we had released the preliminary report 6 months ago, and it starts with the chapter of how the technology has changed in 6 months. And by the time it was released, it was before DeepSeek hit the press. So we really are in this rapid pace of change, which is why we need to set frameworks in place so we can continue to adapt and capitalize on the benefits, mitigate the risks.
Well, I want to talk a little bit about the future with the time we have left here on the panel. And again, last panel of the day, so thanks again to everyone that's been here with us. If we're going to be here, and knock on wood, we'll all be here, including the audience members at LEAP 2030. We know that AI is going to change every month, every 6 months. The sustainability problem is, it involves the system of the Earth. It's moving fast, but the Earth has lasted millions of years. So we have this curve of AI hitting something that's been around for a while, the climate of the Earth. Will we be talking about the same things technologically, geopolitically, about sustainability 5 years from now? And maybe if I can make it really simplistic, are we optimistic or pessimistic about where we're going to be in 2030 as it relates to, wow, new technology, the most powerful we've seen since fire. Also, big problem with climate change. How's that going to be in 2030?
Yeah, I think I can comment on that. So, unfortunately, what I see right now that all of these AI solutions mostly simply make some things that are already simple much more simpler, right? So, in terms of the sustainability challenges, unfortunately, we still have some tasks that we cannot solve by using AI because of the lack of data. 20 years ago, we were not thinking about collecting some environmental data that we right now need to make these prognostic models for some of the climate change predictive analytics. If you will go deeper to all of these predictions, they are based on super generalized data. If you want to go deeper, sometimes there is a lack of data. And I think that maybe in 2030, we will come back to the basics because we will already have the simplest products that will make our life easier. But we will go back to the basics in terms of the collecting the data, the scientific data that were not unfortunately collected like past 20 or 15 years. So it will help us to be much more prepared to all of the disasters that is going to be. So I'm not pessimistic, but not optimistic. I'm just realistic about this climate change challenges, for example. So proper data for AI usage is still a challenge for lots of scientific tasks.
Johannes, you got a thumbs up or thumbs down? I'm just kidding.
To be honest, it's fairly hard to be optimistic when you look at like kind of recent climate news, and we've breached the 1.5 degree limit in Germany last year already, kind of a few decades before we actually wanted to breach it. So it's hard to be optimistic. At the same time, you do have a extremely powerful new technology, as like can compare to fire or electricity or any other historical analogy. But it is extremely powerful. It is being developed at a breakneck speed, at an exponential speed. So the optimistic side here would be that you have this extremely powerful new technology, which is essentially a tool. So you can choose to use it for responsible causes. You can choose to use it to optimize existing systems, so to spot methane leaks and to optimize existing energy and transport systems. But you have the extremely big potential upside that you kind of venture into all the way up to a pipe dream that may be nuclear fusion, but that may be up there. So there is a positive, optimistic view where you leverage that technology for truly groundbreaking new innovations. Not sure that we make it on time and that we actually solve the giant problem that is climate change, but that is kind of the optimistic take on it.
Okay, we're getting to the end, so we'll just go for Greg and then maybe leave the last word.
Yeah. So I think you'd have to ask me the question a different way, but
Sure.
So I think by 2030 we're still going to be in the grips of things getting worse. I think that the next 5 years are going to be a lot of chaos, a lot of storming. I do expect that by 2030 we're going to start to have a glimpse of how we might get things better and how things might come into order. But I expect quite a bit of chaos and storming over the next really 10 years. But if you ask me about 2035, I am optimistic.
Okay, that's good. A nuanced answer.
Well, I have to end DeepFest on an optimistic note.
Yes.
I am an optimist, and I think I kind of come down to two things. Even in the International Safety Report, we talk about the harms, the risks, but we say like it's in our control as the human race. And if we can continue to foster global multidisciplinary collaboration, I think we can find solutions. And as I always tell my students back at Duke, we all have to embrace lifelong learning because things are going to change. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what it's going to look like, but we have to continue to learn and work together and problem solve, and we can get there.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. We've got an MC to wrap up DeepFest, so I won't do that. But I'll wrap up this panel, and I want to say thank you to everyone. One thing you can do if you've enjoyed this panel, please follow the work of our experts, follow their companies if they have one. You can see them here. You can look it up in Leap. You can probably even message them in the app. I think we're all in the same app. So please, a warm round of applause for all of our speakers on our panel. And that concludes DeepFest, but I'll leave it to the MC to conclude in total. But that concludes our panel on the intersection of AI and sustainability. So thank you again.
Yes.
Thank you so much. What a great panel to end DeepFest Day 4. It is the last session. Thank you so much for really hosting that, Curtis, and really wrapping up with those end thoughts. And certainly that note of optimism from Lee was really great. But I think I agree with Greg. I think we're going to see over the next decade quite a lot of chaos as all of these innovations shake down. Governments try and assess what on earth they're going to do with this and how to bring people on board, enable enough innovation, but also make sure the regulation is up to scratch as well. So we're going to see a lot of disruption ahead. We have heard, haven't we, about how developments in AI are going to touch almost every single industry out there, from education to sport. To, I mean, the list is endless. What really stuck out for you, Isabel?
Oh my gosh, so many things. But I don't know if you were here on the first day, but it was probably, kind of getting stuck in straight away with my first speaker, Mark Rabert, and, talking about the future of robotics and humanoid robots coming down the line, and then meeting Spot the dog today, which was just so cool.
Absolutely incredible.
And then, I really enjoyed talking about sport. Because we haven't really had much discussion about sport here, and seeing this commonality, I think, in terms of all these different sporting disciplines and how that technology is fueling our future.
Yeah, it really is incredible. And I think ultimately what has struck me is that we are in a new era of communication. As journalists, it's quite actually exciting to see that prompt engineers are going to have to use our skills and experience to ask the questions to get the best answers out of the technology available. But in every realm, it's going to be a revolution of communication, particularly when agents come on the scene. And it's so exciting to see all of the developments. I'm so pleased that so many of you have stayed right until the end. Please do take this last few hours of networking and sharing your vision for the future. And I really hope to see you all back at DeepFest, at Leap next year as well. But in between time, it is a time to network and share all of your skills and experience. So thank you so much. Thank you.
We have
had such a great time hosting it. It's been for me such a deep download, and I've really appreciated it. Just one final thing, there is some lovely merchandise at the back for you. So when you leave, please do get your hands on it, and thank you again. Goodbye.
Thank you, everybody. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
It's been wonderful being here with you all.